Run it back. Said pull up. I said pull up. Said pull up. Said pull up. Yeah. She get to the cash when she walk. She look like a bad when she walk. She get to the cash when she walk. She look like a bad when she walk. Girl, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Girl, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Yeah. We get to it, got it stocked up. Popped up, got her hand all rocked up. Like 1 carat, 2 carat, more carats. She look carrots like a bunny, got her hops up. Don't care for designer, got her own drip. Don't care for the phones, got her own whip. Don't care for the scene, take her own trip. Guarantee it's for a bag and she walking. She get to the cash when she walk. She look like a bad when she walk. She get to the cash when she walk. She look like a bad when she walk. Girl, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Girl, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Woo. Sweet Jesus, I just up the price for the features. I can see the fakes and the leeches. I been getting to it since a fetus. Pull up at the spot, tires squeal. Got her in my passenger, I told her grab the wheel. Friends hating, told her get out, Jordan Peele. But she rocks with me cause she real, for real. She get to the cash when she walk. She look like a bad when she walk. She get to the cash when she walk. She look like a bad when she walk. Girl, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Girl, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. She get to the cash when she walk. She look like a bad when she walk. She get to the cash when she walk. She look like a bad when she walk. Girl, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Girl, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it.
I mean, Landon just told a really great story. Chaz with the queen jack.
These guys are gambling. This is $500 in there. Some of these guys haven't looked at all.
2-3, the dirty diaper takes down $2,300.
Stunned.
$2,300.
And you ask what's going to look for, she's like, oh my God, that is you.
Wow, that's crazy, though.
That is you.
It's a small world, right?
And she called her brother. Because he ran over there. Hey, what's going on? What's going on, my sister? He's like, man, that is you.
All right, everyone, good evening. Welcome to Rounders Card Club here in beautiful San Antonio, Texas. This is Rounders Tonight live stream. We have a 2-5 cash game going tonight. And I'm JT, and in the booth with me, as regular now, our man Ethan. Ethan, what's happening, buddy?
What's up, y'all? Nothing much, just chilling. It's going to be a fun game.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a delay. The guys are getting here. Weather's a little bad. So we had K-Mac on the way. SETI, I think, is on the way, Poker Traveler. But we do have 7 players, I believe, out there
Yeah.
already. So we're going to get started here very soon. Okay, let's go about this tournament we got coming up. In December, we have a $200,000 guarantee. Day 1A will be Wednesday, the 14th of December. Day 1, that will be at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, December 14th. Thursday, December 15th, we got day 1A, B, and C. That will be at 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. And don't forget, the buy-ins are only $300. 40,000 in chips, and we're going to do 30-minute levels. Day 2 will be 40-minute levels. And we do have a couple turbos also during that week. But the 15th is day 1A, day 1B and 1C at 11 and 6. Friday, the 16th, will be day 1D and 1E at 11 and 6. And then Saturday, which will be the 17th of December, 1F and 1G, that'd be 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Saturday, we will have a turbo that night at 9:30 p.m., which is Saturday, December 17th, which will be 1H. It's a turbo, which means there'll be 20-minute levels. So it will be a little faster than normal, but most the other day ones are 30-minute levels. And day 2 will also be 40-minute levels. Sunday, the 18th, which is our day 2, we are going to have a 9 a.m. turbo, and then day 2 starts at 2:30 in the afternoon. And then we will play down to the final 9, and the final 9 will be we'll do a stream, Ethan.
Yep.
That'll be 12/19, just a week before Christmas, basically. And we will live stream the final table, which we'll get down to the final 9 on Sunday and play 9-handed on Monday.
Yeah, that's going to be a really fun one. With the $200 bounties on day 2, it's going to be pretty fun to play. I'm definitely going to be playing that one.
You're in that one?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Well, if you make the final table, we'll have to find someone else to come back here.
Well, yeah.
Well,
So it's either a win-win. You either see me on the mic or
hear
we'll
you
have
on the
together
mic
fun.
or see you on the table.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, well, if you get there, man, $200 bounties on Sunday, that's sweet.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, bounties are one of my favorite. Just in general, like any tournament, I've always done really well in bounties, and in general, like there's a really cool concept behind like bounty play and stuff.
Yeah, the
It's fun.
dynamics change totally when you're trying to eliminate someone.
Yeah,
You want to collect that bounty. Like the chip leaders can totally dominate the final table.
yeah, and generally, I can tend to build up big stacks pretty early, so that's why I really like bounties in general.
Well, when you get there, we're going to see how big that stack is.
Yeah, hopefully. I
So
mean,
that'd be awesome to see you on the final table with a huge stack and just,
if
putting
I'm
all this information to good use.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't, if it's either number 1 or commentary. That's the only 2 things I want.
Right? And as you guys see on our cash game, there is John George. He's in seat 8. He did win one of our November tournaments, the mixed game tournament.
Oh, that's right.
He took first place, won a trophy, and, I don't even know how much he won, honestly. It's somewhere in the, 4 or 5 grand, maybe.
Yeah, and John's been a regular on the stream too. He's a fun guy to have around.
He's a hell of a player.
Yeah, he makes a lot of really good bluffs. It's a little different in cash though. It's really hard to make the same type of bluffs because people are making more calls in cash. But in tournament, he makes some really good bluffs and really good lines.
Yeah, well, cash, you're able to rebuy as many times as you can afford, but in the tournament, wrong move and you're out.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone's at the same level playing field in a tournament.
Well, congratulations to Maddie. She won the Melee tournament yesterday,
Yeah.
or 2 days ago, Sunday. Was it Sunday, right?
I believe so. Yeah, Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday, yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations to her.
Yeah, she's really deserves. I mean, she's one of the cooler dealers here for sure. One of my favorite dealers, just in San Antonio. So, really rooting for her to win that one. It was nice to see.
Yeah, a little $1,500 for what, $100 buy-in?
Yeah, I believe she also well, it was $200 buy-in, but I believe she got $1,500. And she pocketed more off of bounties.
Well, congratulations. That's a nice little win on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
I actually was in a golf tournament Sunday with the last Sunday tournament of this year and ended up winning my tournament. So I was pretty happy. I played well one day out of the whole year. So
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Is that
it was the last tournament of the league for us. So we played from February to November.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
So how does that work? Is that like does everyone put a buy-in in or?
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody puts in a tournament fee that goes. We pay first, second, and third place. Everybody has a handicap, so everybody gets. Let's say your handicap's a 13, you shoot a 85, you shoot a net 72.
I don't know what.
Okay, so basically you get so many strokes because you're
Yeah.
not a professional.
Yeah.
So those strokes come off your total at the end.
Yeah.
So it makes you look like you played better than you actually did.
Yeah.
But it's just a lot of fun. So there's Rude. Rude was going to be in the booth with us tonight, but he decided to take his chances out on the felt, and he's going to buy in for about 2 dimes, I believe. And there's Preston in the Spurs cap. There's bet on Drew Gonzalez, our boss. He's out there running the stream tonight, counting out some money, getting some chips for players. There's
Careful. You're good.
There's Big Daddy Chaz.
Oh, you're good. I got it.
High step, Chris. High step. We got wires everywhere back here. There's
Yeah.
a spot right there if you want to charge it.
No, it's good. I'll just leave it here. Wait for now.
There's Chris back here with us. He's also on the
You can have
TV.
your tips on the reader, that box right there. but you
Yeah,
gotta
and I believe
bottom
Poker
up a
Traveler is
little
also
bit.
coming.
Yeah, we'd love that poker traveler.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's in town. That's the only thing
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
the
know.
reader,
I
yeah,
saw him
that's the
posting a
reader.
couple things. I'm not sure if he's here or there.
Yeah, I mean he's either in Vegas or in San Antonio,
Yeah.
like here and there so many times.
Yeah, he's flying. He's getting those those frequent flyer miles.
Yeah.
Also, Laser's out there playing. He might be able to jump into the stream if we need it. If we have an open seat. You guys don't know, Laser's made our final table a few times in our big tournaments, and also plays the Realtor stream that we have.
Oh, I didn't know we did a realtor stream.
We did. We haven't in a while, but we have.
Yeah.
You know, and all the realtors come out and they go at it. Those guys gamble. They love taking each other's money.
I can imagine. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty fun game. Who's all a realtor? Like, is Seti one of them? Like,
No, I don't know what SETI does right now. SETI is, he did flip a house recently, and it was so beautiful from where he started. It was incredible, the transformation of the house. And he does, we rents out the house. Was that a B&B or BRB, whatever it is?
Yeah.
And so he rents out the house, and him and his wife did a hell of a job on that house.
That's sick. Now I know he does Airbnb. I'm not sure if they like
Airbnb, thank you.
Yeah, I know he has like a couple properties, or I'm not exactly sure, but
Yeah, I think so. I don't know everybody at the table. I think Yu-Chan was supposed to be playing as well, so we're missing Yu-Chan and SETI and maybe one other player, but we will be 7-handed, if not 9-handed, very shortly. If you guys don't know, we are located off of I-10 in Wurzbach at 3723 Colony Drive, Suite 101. We have a lifetime membership for $20. If you like to play cards, if you like to come to Rounders, we have a full bar and grill.
yeah.
The menu is off the charts. You can get, right now you can get, if you want breakfast, you can get breakfast right now, or you can get steaks, grilled tuna, salmon, everything that you would think you get in a high-fluting restaurant. We have it here.
Yeah, and all the healthy stuff actually tastes pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, I've been eating here pretty much every day since
Since you've been streaming?
yeah, since the commentary. you
Yeah,
know.
that's awesome. Yeah, I eat here every time I come here as well. We do have 2 full swing golf simulators out front, and they are always being used. If you just want to work on your golf game and the weather's bad, this is the time of year to come inside Rounders. Be a member for $20. You'll pay a fee for the usage of the golf simulators, but you'll be inside a nice Elements, beers, sodas, waters, lunch, breakfast, dinner, whatever time you're here to use golf simulators. You can have food, enjoy yourself, be in a nice climate. Also, we do have a chessboard out here where Mr. Leonard typically plays. I think he injured his hip or something,
Oh no, I didn't know.
and he hasn't been. I haven't seen him around lately, but there's a chessboard, or he brings his chessboard.
Yeah.
The barber shop is back in action. Corey's out there cutting hair. If you guys need to get a nice haircut, we have a barber shop here.
Yeah, just everything. You can
Yeah.
live here. I was saying that they need to install a gym and like a little like 3-room hotel, just like a little inn. And then Rounders, you could just have everyone like sleep and live here.
Right. I mean, and we have so many different games going on right now. We have 1-2 tables going on. If you guys like to play a nice, not too expensive game, but I'll tell you what, there's a lot of chips on the table for just a 1-2 game.
Yeah.
You can buy in for the minimum's $100, but I guarantee you there's people with thousands of dollars on there, and it's just totally. It's relaxing, even though there's someone has a lot of chips on the table. You don't feel overwhelmed by playing in that 1-2 game.
Yeah.
So we have 6 tables going, which is a 1-2. We have 1 5-5 Big O. If you guys don't know, that's 5-card Omaha high-low. There's not always a low, but there's always a high. And that's one table going with about 8 people waiting. So we might have 2 tables going very shortly. Also, we have a 1-2-5 no limit hold'em going on. That's a min of 300, but it's 1-2-5. So the blinds are 1-2. You bringing it for 5, or is it 1-2-5? There's 3 blinds on the table.
1-2-5 is 1-2 straddle, mandatory straddle.
Mandatory at 5.
Yeah.
Okay, so the blinds will be like 1-2 with a $5 straddle under the gun, and it's a $300 min buy-in, no max, and we have a table going right there. Of course, you're looking at the live stream. We're going to be getting going probably within the next 10 minutes, I would say. We're just waiting on a couple more players. And, of course, there's the golf simulator that there's one being used, and we have 2. But you guys can find all this information on Poker Atlas. Download Poker Atlas. Look for Rounders Card Club. It will list all the clubs that are in San Antonio and surrounding areas. All the way up to Austin or whatever, and you can pick on Rounders Card Club. You can look on the overview. It'll give you the address, the phone number, all our daily tournaments going on. You can call, get information, whatever you need to do. It's only $20 for a lifetime membership. So come on out here. We'd love to have you as a member. We had a great November with all our tournaments. We're ending the year with a $200,000 guaranteed tournament. What a great Christmas present this is going to bring to our final table.
Ooh, and it looks like we're starting off here.
So you're telling me to shut it down? Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, no, you can keep going.
No, I'm just kidding. So we got Telly, we got Big Daddy Chaz. Looks like Chaz has kings already, and I don't see no cards, so he's playing really well.
Oh, yeah, no, he already.
Okay, there we go. But the max buy-in is $3,000. The min buy-in's $500. So
Ooh.
everybody's in for $2,000 to $3,000, which is nice. Everybody's got like even stacks.
Wow.
If you get felted, you can only buy in for another $3,000.
Yeah.
It's a cap game. So someone can't buy in for $10,000, just run over the table.
Yeah, no, and I'm surprised that everyone is in for as much as they're in for. I think it's pretty cool that everyone's pretty deep. Give us 1 sec, guys.
I'm trying to figure out who everybody is, actually. I think Ant-Man's in 1, right?
Yeah, player position. Eddie G is in
Eddie
1.
G. Okay, Eddie's in 1. Rude is in 3. Rude does our commentating with us when he's not playing. And then Preston, you'll see Preston, he's played a lot of our streams. He plays PLO. Very good Hold'em player. I know you guys seen Telly before. He plays a lot here. Nice Hold'em game, but he plays every game out there. Big Daddy Chaz, Hold'em specialist, but he's been playing some PLO lately, so he's opening his range. Oh, and then Ant-Man's in 7. And you guys have seen Ant-Man on our stream before. And, of course, John George, he's been on our stream many a times.
Yeah, I'm new to the people who are going on like commentary. I mean, not commentary, on the stream setup. I actually haven't seen Ant-Man or C4 before, so it'd be interesting to see how they play. They're gonna take it down. It's always nice to take down the first hand. Chaz getting a pretty big one, actually. Yeah, and I'm curious to see how people play just in general in this one because a lot of the times
And you're gonna have to let them know.
it really depends who starts straddling. I know John.
And K-Mac just walked in.
I haven't seen him play too many in the 2-5 games, so I wonder how that's gonna also play into effect.
What's up, brother?
But we'll see.
Yeah, oh, there's K-Mac. Looks like K-Mac's in the building. He's supposed to be playing tonight.
I mean, it looks cool, but
Is K-Mac in 2 or 9?
Oh, what's the just K-Mac?
In 2?
Played a lot of hands with Kevin, K-Mac. He
He's in P2.
he used to be a big O specialist, but now he's playing a little more Holdem than I've seen him play regularly. So love to have him on the table. Great guy. He has a great smile, great laugh,
Tell me how, though.
great person to play with. Always having fun.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I know pretty much everyone in San Antonio, but there's like 4 people here that I haven't met before, so it'd be interesting to see.
Do you know K-Mac at all?
No,
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know like 3 or 4 people here. So that's gonna be cool. I didn't know there was as many people playing the 2-5 games.
Oh yeah. Well, we knew. I think Yu-Chan might be running super late, so we asked seat 1. I can't remember his name. What was his name? Do you remember? I
No.
apologize for not knowing your name, but he instantly said yes. I'd love to play 2-5
Well, that's awesome.
on the stream with these guys. He's gonna say I'm gonna be playing all night anyway, so might as well start on the stream.
If he looks lost, he's waiting on him back there. You good, boss? You good?
Yeah, I think Chaz might be just ordering drinks for everyone. They do that a lot. It's a kind of like a stream tradition, right? Where they just-
Icebreaker.
Yeah, icebreaker. Get everyone a little buzz.
Yeah, get everybody feeling comfortable.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these guys probably haven't played with each other, even though they play with someone on the table.
Yeah.
But they don't know how to play each other yet. Get an hour under their belt, and then they'll start making the moves, the bluffs, the nutted bets on the river. Like on our last stream when we had the cash game, I want to say before the big cash game with Jesse,
Yeah, I
Jesse
remember
Silver
that.
played. Chaz was betting 900 on the river, polarizing the pot whether he had it or not. He got a fold for 900 and he got a call for 900.
Yeah.
In both hands he won.
You're in, dude.
So those polarizing bets, whether it's a bluff or the nuts, is hard to read.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely, and I mean, there's going to be a lot of, it's weird because there's a lot of spots where, like, you can't see someone's full, like, what they're doing in any situation because every situation in poker can be so adaptable and different that you can only use, like, what you know or what you've studied to, like, be in a situation to be like, oh, okay, like, I can overbet here and it's probably going to work a good percentage of the time. So it's cool, like, maybe if he played differently on the stream, it could have been also like he wasn't getting the right spots to kind of like show his expertise in certain spots. Because I think a lot of people have different strengths in poker.
Well, I think a lot has to do with also their strength is stronger when they played a lot of hands with that player. So they know how to maneuver against that player in particular, Yeah, Eddie. Sorry, Eddie.
I think you'd still be able to find it.
We have a raise too.
Preston's going to bump it up to 25 there with Jack 9 of clubs.
Yeah, and this is a good, in general, you want to be opening from the button really wide. And actually, this is one of the more strong hands he's probably going to see on the button when it folds to him.
I don't know.
Yeah, and you can see everybody's folding around without, anything to play with just because it's just starting.
Yeah.
No one's really comfortable about playing a big pot when there's only $7 out there.
Yeah, we're just starting. Also, we had some people come in just now who wanted to come in, so we had to get everything ready and everything. But now it's going to be I think it looks like John is straddling, so that's going to get the game out of the muck for sure.
Right, we're 8-handed, so it's a full table to me. We got one more seat available. You, Chan, or one of his buddies, or said he could take it, or someone just out of the main floor that's playing 1-2 or so. 1-2-5 is the same game, right? It's 2-5 or no?
No, 2-5 and 1-2-5 are different. The 2-5 is just straight up where the blind is 5, and then the 1-2-5 is just a mandatory straddle. It's basically the same game, but it actually changes a little bit because with the mandatory straddle, you have someone in position to a raise and a re-raise, which actually can be really important. Because if someone who is on the straddle is more susceptible to calling bigger bets, then it's a lot harder for you to get heads up with the straddle. Versus when it's just the blind, a lot of the times you're going to see a little more folds.
Well, John George, he straddled and he was dealt the 8-4 offsuit versus Ant-Man's King Deuce offsuit. So we'll see how this goes. If
Oh, that's interesting. We got a gutter for John, and then one bottom pair. I think he's going to want to continue with the bottom pair here with the King Deuce.
Sneaky snake.
I bought it for 3.
it's like John
Does
bet.
let it down.
Yeah, John bet.
Good bet. Yeah, generally, if you don't continue with King Deuce on boards like this, you should just fold pre-flop.
Yeah, this one's great.
Because a lot of the times, unless you hit like King Deuce 7, which will be a really good disguise 2-pair, you're never really happy when you hit anything. So it can be a little.
Well, I'm sure John's saying, well, if Ant-Man's calling, he has paint cards. So if it comes out all low cards, I have to bet he's going to fold. He missed a flop completely, even though he did make a pair.
Yeah, and a lot of the times, John will have a 7 there, so definitely makes sense.
K-Mac did join the table, and he's in seat 2, and he did buy in for, I believe, 2,000. Yes, 2,000.
Yeah, it's cool that no one's bought it. Like, normally we have like a couple people buying in the mint, which is fine. But it's really fun when people are deep stack because then you kind of see where Texas poker is, that you're going to get a lot of these kind of raises where they're so deep that it becomes so much more profitable to raise hands like 6-5 offsuit because you're going to have spots where, because you're so deep, if you get in a situation in which you can triple barrel bluff or triple barrel value bluff, you get a lot just out of that, a lot of mileage out of your bets.
Mavericks haven't been playing that well, right?
No, they're doing bad right now. They just picked up Timber Walker.
They did?
Yeah, they just signed him.
That's an interesting little pick. That is.
Man, they got rid of Brunson and the backup.
Yeah, they missed him. Yeah, Brunson balling up in New York.
Yeah, they missed that. He was balling in Dallas.
There are times when you'll see, like K-Mac showed 2 kings. If the card flies by his sensor, it will register someone else's card because it showed 2 kings before he got dealt the first card. So,
Yeah.
Those are like tacos.
well, he did raise.
Yeah, he raised pretty big.
What kind of game is this?
Best hand you ever had?
Yeah, that can be the problem with raising big. That big, you just don't get any action. But sometimes you don't want action. The thing is, like, yeah, generally you want to be using a little smaller sizings. But it really depends. Like if the game got a little crazier, then that sizing could actually be small. Definitely, like in some 2-5 games, you go 40 and then you just get like 6 calls. But yeah, it looks like everyone's just kind of chilling, getting into it.
Yeah, the first 30 minutes, everybody's just trying to get to know each other, listen to conversations. Seeing K-Mac raise $40 with kings
Yeah.
when it's 2-5, so they're just getting a feel for the game.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see where people take things. It looks like Chaz is going to take this ace blocker as a raise here. Gets snap called by John. I feel like John has pocket 6s.
Yeah, just scoot back from the table.
But we won't know.
I'm gonna put him on without seeing his hand. A Jack 9
Wow.
offsuit.
Jack 9 offsuit.
I'm gonna guess. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I would think that you do really want to be playing a lot of hands on the button. Being in position is really big. I thought he'd do that more often with smaller pairs, but does outflop the A7, but Telly's got the 2 diamonds, and it's definitely a spot that Chaz wants to continue betting, so I think we're going to see a bet call possibly. Oh, wow. John going with what seems to be a min raise. Gets snap called. So at this point, you can really put your opponent on more flush draw heavy hands instead of kings.
Oh, and he thinks he probably outflopped him with a Jack.
Well, that's a funny turn because John is now basically drawing. Oh no, he is drawing dead technically. I mean, he can hit a 9.
He has a Jack as well, so they're chopping it.
Yeah, but so Telly's just free rolling him now, but
Yeah.
doesn't get there. Yeah, it's a funny turn.
My 9 betrayed me.
9 betrayed.
What a turn card, huh?
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, it's definitely one of the ones where you're like, dang it, how am I getting free rolled? Yeah, and just for those who don't know, free roll just means there's spots where no matter what, you're going to end up getting half of the pot, but your opponent has a chance to scoop it.
Yeah, he has all the diamonds that win it because he had the Jack of diamonds, so the board wasn't going to pair with a Jack of diamonds.
Yeah.
So any diamond, Telly would have won the pot.
That's weird.
Looks like we're getting a big straddle. I think it's a 10-20 straddle now.
Yeah, Preston likes to put some action out there. He's a PLO guy along with Holdem. He plays everything, of course, but that's why you see him he'll like to straddle and look.
Oh, wow, it's just a straight
He's under the
$20
gun.
straddle.
Yeah, he's under the gun straddling 20.
Yeah, and straddling can be a really effective tool if you feel like you want the game to be a little wider. If you want people to kind of get in the muck a little more, straddling really will boost that. Also, just like going super aggressive can make people a lot of people will mirror what you're doing.
Well, Ant-Man makes it 2.5x, makes it 50, and John George just quickly called there.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. I think this is more of the position in which he's going to have more middle to low pocket pairs as John. I wasn't surprised with the Jack 9, him being on the button, but with the straddle and the direct position on the left of the original razor, it's definitely weighted more towards like suited aces and low pair, middle pair.
Yeah, I would say that John quickly calling there probably has low cards that could be connected or suited to try and catch everybody off guard, for the straddle and the raise.
Well, it really depends because the problem with playing like a hand like 4, 5, 6, 7 is that a lot of the big blinds hands are going to have that, like this 9-5, which is just going to be bad for you in general. So I am curious to see.
Oh, Ant-Man has the hand I thought John George had. That's interesting. John George has a nice hand, ace queen.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Ace queen in position is definitely one of the hands where if it comes to ace high or queen high, a lot of the times you're going to be cooler in your opponent. So a lot of the times if it's ace high, your opponent's going to be raising like ace 10, ace jack from that position, especially with the straddle. But this is the unfortunate effect of not raising it.
Preston, who was the straddler, flops really nice.
Yeah.
The next day I showed up, Avery had bought me a
And it really depends on where he feels that his 5 of spades works in here. Because if he believes that his 5 of spades is a clean draw, that could feel really good. But a lot of times you're never feeling good about spades when someone bets 4-way. You're never feeling really good about your 5 of spades. But when you can hit that 4 or the 8, then you're feeling a little better about it because In general, well, the thing is that John really can have a lot of spades here because he just called pre-flop, so
I didn't see what happened on the action, but I know there's a $100 bet, and a $100 call. I don't know which way it went as far as John George betting and Preston calling, or vice versa.
I imagine it went check. 9-5 should pretty much always be checking on this flop. I think it went check bet.
Oh yeah, he's under the gun, so
Yeah, I think possibly 9-5 can definitely check raise here, but that's about it. Like, in a lot of the times when you're out of position, you almost want to be always checking, just because in general when you lead
what do you do if it's the ace of spades?
on the turn,
Yes.
you would feel like a little better with
Check,
your
check.
5. Yeah, it always goes check check. No matter what the turn card is, we're gonna see a check from
That's straight right
Preston.
there.
Yeah, and we're still gonna see a check from Preston a lot of the time.
Let John keep bluffing at it.
Yeah, you want to keep your bluffs in, but the thing is, like, when we think about what is continuing, everything that's continuing to bet is beating you, and everything that is gonna fold is just gonna fold if you bet. And that's the problem with leading, is like, if he were to lead this flop, for example, John could just easy fold.
Yeah, that's what happens.
And what happens a lot of the time is, like, people will lead out of position, and they get one of two things. They either lose because the person that they're betting into can play perfectly, because when someone's betting into you, you will only raise or fold, and you can call with all your traps. You can let him keep leading. There's a lot of, like, bad with leading. Now there's a lot of, like, new school ideas that lead into, like, different ranges depending on situation to situation. But in general, it's a really bad just tactic. Like, when you lead, it really depends. And that's in that scenario, I like to lead on the river. You definitely don't want to see your opponent check back a lot of the time.
Well, we got another suited ace queen coming into the pot with Telly. He just limps in. Totally played differently than how John George played his ace queen.
Yeah, and depending how he goes about this, it can mean a lot of things. If he's limping in ace queen suited, it really depends if he feels like he's going to do this consistently, or if he feels like this is a one-off. But if you do it consistently, it ends up being where your raising range gets a little capped, because if you're only raising hands like pocket tens, but you're limping every good hand, then it's really hard for you to have any hand, like any of these hands in a raising situation. Looks like we're going to see the re-raise here by the ace queen suited.
10 or 15, but yeah, that's a good call. Probably should be.
And of course, Rue just made an outstanding fold. Great play.
Yeah, and this definitely is a spot where the 10-5 wants to continue, and that's a really good turn card for ace queen to be bluffing big. Oh, but goes for the smaller side. Still going to get a fold from 10-5.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, and you can't blame the 10-5 folding. It's hard to put your opponent on ace queen of spades when you check raises the flop.
I looked at him, but I'm like, yeah.
And a lot of the times with the 10-5, you're just drawing dead
That's a good call.
on that turn.
Yeah, hell yeah. That boy, if he maintains this weight, he gonna be.
Chad, you on contract?
Didn't you lose like 15 or 20 bounces on
What you talking about?
Luka?
What do you mean he's gonna be unstoppable?
Yeah, I like the lead out with the ace queen right there on that turn with the 2 overcards and the flush draw. Shows he has a lot of strength there, but he was still behind. Oh, no.
If he played back in the day when they
My bad.
Ooh, and Chaz raising with the king 5 offsuit. I wonder if he looked at his hand. It kind of looked like he didn't, which wouldn't be surprising, but we are going to see the call from king queen here. And you can mix in some raises here with the king queen. You can mix in some calls. I'm generally fine with calling more often when you're in position
Yeah.
because you can kind of dictate how things go. A lot of the times, though, Chaz is going to continue betting when he's the pre-flop aggressor.
When you're playing on the table, are you conscious to make sure you watch to see if a person bets without looking at their cards, or you get caught up in a conversation you don't even know what happened there?
No, I'm looking at everything when I play.
100%.
I think it's one of the biggest mistakes, and a lot of pros even do it, where if you're not looking at exactly what's going on, you're not going to know exactly what's going on, right? Like how there's a lot of people kind of give poker this idea like tells are really important and stuff, but the thing is that no one really is paying attention anyway. So like, how important are tells if you're not looking at the at what people are doing?
Right.
But mostly, what I'm looking for when I'm playing is what is this guy doing? Okay, for example, this guy called in position with king queen instead of raising. So is he raising with king queen as often as I might be?
Like 11:30.
And I'll be looking out for that when I'm watching. Whether or not I'm in the hand, I want to be looking out for that. Or like for example, this where John George is 3-betting 3-2 suited from early position. He looks really strong when he 3-bets from early position here. A lot of early position ranges are not going to contain something like 3-deuce. And we see a re-raise by Chaz.
How does he do that? Oh, and a quick call. They both have spades, though. That's what's so dangerous.
Yeah, and this is a standard call with the 3-2. Especially when you're in position, once you've made this 3-bet, you have to defend. And a lot of the hands that you're going to be against, you're not connected with. This is an amazing flop for him because Chaz is 100% betting here. Now, depending on the size that Chaz goes for, yeah, this is about what I'd expect. I think you mostly just call. Wow, he does raise. He's hoping he has a overpair. That's fine. It still denies equity from the 9-6. I'm sure if he were to see the hand, but a lot of the times when Chaz is cold 4-betting there.
Oh, I think I've heard of his game.
Well, the thing is also they have the TV on behind them, but they're watching a basketball game, not watching the stream, which they can watch the stream, so Chaz doesn't get that information on what happened earlier in the stream if he was able to watch it and get what are we on a 15 or 30-minute delay right now? 15-minute delay?
Yeah, I believe we're on 15-minute delay.
So he could figure it out in 15 minutes how John George played him right there and give them what they decide to watch the basketball game instead, which I kind of like. You're not getting that information, so you're really playing blind even though you've played hands with these guys before.
Yeah, definitely.
Bro, we got 5 people at this table alone.
Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Ethan and I greatly appreciate it. Drew would love to have as many likes as we can get tonight. You are watching a stream for free, and we love putting it out there. But if you guys could hit the like and subscribe, it would help us out immensely. Thank you, guys.
And we got Rudy in the mix, but he's going to be dominated by the King 10 here.
Let's stream that. That would be a fun one. So they can see how spicy
We did have a straddle to, I believe, 25. So this is going to be an interesting one. The Queen Deuce suited is going to hit a little more flops right now with the broken hands, but
he's there right now.
believe that might be a juicy flop. That looks like an Ace King Jack flop to me. No,
It's
Ace
close.
Jack Jack.
Really?
Yeah, and with Eddie with the King of Diamonds going to be betting here a lot.
Yeah.
Can't last another day.
I'm really curious where. Oh, and Rudy bets this one actually. I'm surprised. I wonder how he's going to take this. If he goes for a triple barrel bluff, or what his goal with the bet was. If he can go with the triple barrel bluff, it'd be a really good play by Rudy.
So it should be just him and Eddie based on the cards that I see.
Yeah.
Right? I don't see 10-4 calling or Queen 5 calling. So it should be heads up to the turn with Eddie and Rude.
Yeah, we're going heads up to a turn here. We're just taking a sec.
Action tracker just catching up, guys. Remember, the action tracker is manually inputted by one of our dealers here, so computer glitch, the tablet stalls sometimes, so no big deal. We'll get the turn here in just a second.
Intermediary guard.
almost there, buddy. Character's tanking.
Is Rudy wearing one of your buddies' T-shirts there? The Solve for Why, or
I actually don't know Solve. I mean, I've hung out with a lot of people on Solve for Why, but I've not really good friends. I think Drew is actually pretty good friends with Matt Berkey and them.
okay,
Sorry,
yeah.
Drew. Audible.
But yeah, that's definitely
Hey,
a good training tool
That would be tough.
for anyone out there who feels like poker might be really hard to study on your own. Solve for Why is definitely a good one where they have a lot of free stuff on YouTube, but it's just a bunch of people talking out their hands and telling you what they think is going on and
There's
what
a
they should
key
do.
card.
Yeah, that's a big card because now if Rudy goes for something like $100, he's gonna get folds here every time. Ooh, and we see him going for it.
120, 135 maybe. Right in that range you said, a little over 100, but he's trying to steal it.
Yeah, and that's great recognition of the spot because you want to be doing that every time.
Well, there's one for the good guys.
Yeah, we got the commentator Rudy in the booth over there. Or not in the booth, but in the players booth.
The players' booth. There's Tennessee, if you guys see him in the white hoodie right there. He's one heck of a player. Plays everything. Holdem, PLO, Big O, and he definitely likes to gamble. Let's get him on the table because there's a seat open. Seat 9, Tennessee. Get in there.
Yeah, and I've played with Tennessee quite a few times. He's a fun player to play against. Nice guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of really good people in
Yeah,
poker.
do it around straddles and then yeah, that works.
Okay, let's just do it next game. Sally, you going for stand-up game?
Oh, they're talking about doing the stand-up game, and we got Ace King. Oh no, okay. Oh, they let him get his hand. He's gonna be happy to see that he got his hand.
Sally, we do stand-up game?
Little $40 bet there. He was talking to Tennessee, comes running over, finds out his ace king suited.
Yeah, and he's gonna be against threes here.
Preston's out set mining, right?
Yeah, and generally with the set mine hands, you can definitely call from the position he's in because you can kind of call a lot of the hands that you're gonna set mine with, like sevens, sixes, fives, fours, threes, twos. All of them really benefit from being in position because when you do get flops like king 3-4, for example, these are the spots where being deep really helps because you're gonna be getting your stacks in against key hands like ace king. But this flop is definitely one of the more interesting ones because it's again with the position thing. Yeah, I was gonna say it really depends where K-Mac wants to take this, and we're gonna see a lot of like bets here to kind of control the pot by the threes. Ooh, and a king right on the turn. Yeah, and threes is going to have a hard time finding a call here.
Yeah, because he could easily got counter. We got counterfeit with the kings, but even if a queen comes on the turn, he's counterfeited. So Preston easily can get away from that.
Yeah, we see, K-Mac leading on that river. It's a good example of what I was talking about earlier as a concept, where when you lead, you're getting folds from everything that you're beating, and when you get calls, it's usually going to be something bad. But then when you get check raise, it's like, well, that's too bad.
Like came back to the straddle boss.
But it's funny because when you lead,
Who's the last player that changed the league?
you can actually get a lot of people to do raises with hands that might be just a hair worse than yours. So sometimes leading with like in spots where you feel like you're cooling your opponent can be really big.
K-Mac, go ahead. He went ahead and straddled, but he backed away from the table because there's no phones allowed on the table. So he has to end this text message really quick because there he is. He's back. I hate to see him put 20 out, 25 out there and have to fold.
Yeah, we see a lot of connectivity in everyone's hands. Everyone kind of has each other out, each other's outs here.
Exactly. Sevens are covered up, eights are covered up, jacks are covered. King is the only live card.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what happens if 2 or 3 people hit the same hand here. And this one is a fun one because it actually favors Eddie and John's range mostly. But Telly's going to take it with the 8-7 pretty often here. He's just not going to get any action.
I don't mind. You can watch. You can't hit and run when you watch. Oh.
Good takedown by Telly.
Carmine said, anytime Carmine saw me, he said, gosh, I have a headache. God, I have a headache. You only get headaches when you're winning.
All right, stand up game.
Doing it now?
Yeah.
Oh, they are going to do the stand-up game, guys. So I'm guessing, what do you think on a 2-5 game? There's be $50 each man, or is that too much?
I believe they. I mean, honestly, 50 sounds like. Yeah, I could see that for sure. What is that? $400?
400, yeah. Well, 350 because you don't pay yourself.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'll put the names. I have my names and everything. Just come back to the city.
Yeah, I could definitely see them doing $50. I feel like because Chaz was the one who suggested it, he might feel like he wants to do a bigger sizing, you know?
I was thinking instigated, but I mean, he wants to be the first one down so he can collect. He knows he's going to collect at least 50 from somebody. But the bad thing about this thing can cost you a lot of money just trying to get a seat.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, the things that you have to do to be aggressive and really take after it. Ace-10 becomes a lot stronger than it actually is because you're going to be getting called by so many worse hands and so many worse aces especially. In this case, Chaz very likely will raise with a hand like King-10, which is going to be dominated by a lot of the under-gun opening range. But in this particular spot, when Preston's under the gun and out of position, it becomes really hard for him to continue with someone in the middle. He probably still end up calling because of the stand-up game, but I wonder if he raises.
He makes it 6x too.
Yeah.
So his bet sizing is very strong.
Yeah, for sure. But when it's the first hand, I mean, now Telly.
Yeah, what does he have?
Probably something along the line of 8-7, 6-5 from what we've seen.
No king queen, no king jack.
No, I think we're gonna see a lot more hands like
Lower
3s, 4s, 8-7, maybe 9-10. So we're seeing 2 10s though.
And they're all right around the $3,000 range. They could get very expensive.
Yeah, I would say the best that I could see him showing up here with it would be like Jack Queen,
We can't go back on it now.
which would make a lot of sense.
He's checking, so I think you're right. I think he has like lower cards.
I feel like
He can definitely still be checking with Jack Queen. He should be checking almost always in middle position, even with top pair, because again, the worst way you can lose money in poker is when you lead into either the pre-flop aggressor, and we see a fast fold.
And the aggression takes it down, and you have to show your hands.
Yeah. But yeah, leading into the pre-flop aggressor can definitely be really detrimental long term. Just again, when you lead into someone that is the initial raiser or the one who raised pre-flop, you just allow them to always play perfectly. So yeah, I definitely like to check with like everything there.
So Preston could never lead out there.
No, it gets a lot worse when it's multi-way. Leads start to get really, really bad.
Up to 125.
And the reason for that is just like you're against 2+ ranges, sometimes more.
Yeah, and then look, they're doing the straddle in the stand-up game.
Yeah, it's going to be big.
Oh, and Chaz is going to make it hard for everyone.
Dang,
Oh my
he
God.
goes with the 250.
250.
My gosh. Chaz is definitely a fun character to have at the table. I love having him. You know, I feel like the game always gets out of the muck. He always has that nice laugh. And this is crazy because now everyone has essentially 8 big blinds, right? So a lot of hands become shoves.
I definitely am.
Mm.
I don't have a hand to
Well, with the dead money, a lot of hands just become all-ins, but if no one's comfortable with going all in for 2K,
Oh.
it happens a lot less.
Uh-oh.
Chad, you already sitting down too?
Yeah.
Get him, Telly.
There's a quick
Get him,
call.
Telly.
And
And
this
look
is going to be brutal.
10 out there could be very bad for Telly.
Yeah, and Chaz says all in, knowing how many blinds he has.
Wow, he calls.
Yep. And this is completely because of the straddle. Like I was saying, they have essentially 10 big blinds, which in a tournament would be a shove, you know?
Can you run it twice in the stand-up game? It doesn't matter, right? Just because you're standing up.
I
Whoever wins the
believe
first
they did it
board-
one time.
Whoever wins the first board wins the seat.
Yeah.
I got ace high. Is ace high good?
But because they're so deep, they can actually run it twice to.
Ooh, and we see the gutter on the turn. So 4 outs here. Nope, doesn't get there.
Man, Chaz takes it down.
Yeah, and great. This is why Chaz is such a good player. Is great recognition of the situation, right? And this is kind of what I was talking about. A lot of hands are going to be shoves. You have to get in there with hands that you feel normally in a cash game when you're going 3K with a hand. You want it to be a little better than that, right? But he recognizes that, no, that's not the case. It's more the case of now I have X amount of big blinds with the straddle.
Quarterback, Telly.
And when we think about the dead money, for people who don't know what dead money is, it means there's always money, and like with the blinds, there's always, in this case, $2, $5 of people who don't know what their hands are. But when you add straddles, suddenly there's $400 in the middle, and no one has seen their hand yet. So it becomes a lot more important for you to just steal the $400.
Telly says, "You're gonna leave me with that? Okay, I'm not gonna rebuy just yet." He's gonna straddle it all.
Let's go all in
We
blind.
got
Before
to
he
straddle
rebuys.
in.
Yeah.
Good luck to him. I've definitely seen it run up from there for sure.
I bet you had like 7, 8 shoes.
There you go. There's our holiday bounty tournament. $200,000 guarantee, $300 buy-ins, $50 and $200 bounties, 40,000 in chips, 30 and 40-minute levels. We do have 2 turbos. The last 2 Sunday morning and Friday and Saturday night. Those will be 20-minute levels, 9-day ones, as you can see. So come on out, play this, get Christmas money. Telly's going to be straddling. I don't think he's all in, though. I think he just straddled to 50 or something, guys.
Yeah, tell them about how sick it is when you
Maybe they didn't. Maybe he wasn't allowed to go all in, just like based on straddle rules, which most places have less than a $25 straddle roll. So
Well, Chad straddled 250.
I think it was a 4 straddle. So it was
Wait, the guy go to the ATM.
it went 10, 25, 50, 250.
That was
So I think that makes sense. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just know. And then they rip it all in.
Have you seen your
Yeah.
Well, you know, Telly's thinking, hey, you must have 2 lower cards. You could have 2 low cards. You could have anything, you know.
Yeah, and he wakes up with the best hand. We're going to see an interesting spot here because Ant-Man looks like he wants to get in with the Jack-10 offsuit. Wow, we're getting straight out of the muck here.
we haven't had a hand like this the whole time I've been playing tonight.
Every hand in
Now, one hand like this, I've raised $50 the whole table full. I'm like, what the fuck? Now everybody's $450 dark. $2,500 dark.
Yeah, we're going to get a big heads-up pot here. Well, a side pot here. This is crazy.
Straddling the stand-up game.
There's a lot of flops that Jack-10 is going to connect with 7-6 that, you know, if we see like an 8-9-10 type board,
Oh, no, you can add on there. You gotta tell them
which is very, very unlikely, but there's definitely some crazy possibilities here.
Well, he needs a 10 or an ace to lock it up so he can take a seat, take down a, what? He's in for 60 something.
Yeah,
So he gets a $200 pot.
yeah, plus the blinds, and
Right.
I think there was a straddle as well, or someone had called the straddle. Wow. And this is really interesting because this is a thing about being out of position. Ant-Man can't just take down this pot. We're going to see a lot of shoves here from Eddie. Wow, he checks it back. I like the check. Ooh. Doesn't deny the equity and ends up giving the jack to Ant-Man.
one time for the rodeo.
And this is kind of the interesting thing about when you bloat up the pot so much, then suddenly you have to check without.
Yeah, Telly needs an ace or a queen, right?
Yeah. And Queen River for Ant-Man.
Check. You got one pair.
You got 0 7.
You got 9. Oh. Why can't I get the same thing? Same thing I had against Chad. No.
Yeah, big pot for Ant-Man with the Jack 10 offsuit.
Who gonna bring chip? I got you.
Yeah, they're playing pretty crazy already. I wonder what happens if Tally comes in for another 2 to 3K.
He has the hundreds out. There we go.
Oh yeah, taking the 100, taking the bills.
Benjamin Franklin's in the house. He's going 3 deep. There we go.
Kudos to him.
Yeah.
It's hard to do. After you just lost blind versus blind, Jack 10 versus Ace 10.
I lost.
No one makes a pair.
Yeah.
Stacked for 3,000. But he made a quick call too. He didn't even hesitate.
Yeah, and that's again going back to the blinds thing. When the blinds are straddle,
The 2 people on his
it
right.
really isn't that wrong of a move. It would have been better if he was the one to be the aggressor if he shoved, and then Chaz called. That'd be more unlucky than him calling and then recalling.
Calling it off, yeah.
Yeah.
The lodge.
At the lodge.
Yeah. They do a live stream every Monday that I go to.
Yeah, a lot of poker tends to reward aggression a lot more than
I want to say he lost a really
than being
good
passive a lot of the time.
Didn't he have queens and
You saw Rudy had his back to the table. He was texting me going, do you have another 50 if I go all in and get busted? I said, I got $25, but Ethan has the rest.
Hunter against Uchon on lodge.
Really?
Oh no, it was Uchon won the pot off Hunter. That's what it was. Yeah, Hunter and him were both bluffing, and Uchon hit a pair.
So they are doing 50 then?
Oh, I don't know. No, I was just messing.
Oh,
Just use
yeah.
that as a number.
A long time ago?
Yeah.
Oh, I seen that.
I think it's reasonable for this game, $50.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised if they did 100 even.
I think 100 is too much, really.
I think so too, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, we're going to find out soon.
Yeah, because last time I think they did like, I forgot what they did. I think they might have done 200 on the
They did
big
100 when we're setting, then was it?
Jesse Sylvia one.
Yeah, they did 100.
They did 100.
Yeah.
Okay.
How much?
Can I turn the button black and sit down because my knee hurt?
And Telly getting. Oh wow. We're seeing 10-9 be the best hand 3-way. This is definitely Texas poker right here. I love it.
And you can see Telly bought in for 3,000, but he has a bunch of $500 chips underneath those black ones, guys. So he does have 2,900 in front of him.
Wow, we're gonna see 10 with the King 310. This is very interesting. How Telly plays this really matters.
Oh, so there's only one club. I thought there was 2 clubs out there. I thought the King was a club as well.
Oh, that would have been huge.
Yeah, do we both sit down?
Looks like Telly does call, which I don't blame him. He has backdoor club draws, but also a lot of the times his 2 pair is gonna be live. Interesting turn. I think this is gonna go check a lot, but John is no stranger to continuing on this turn.
No. That's a loss.
Yeah, I think he can easily bet on the river.
There's no running.
I think if it gets the river, it's gonna go check a lot of the time. Yeah, I think this is gonna go check.
King's a scare card.
But looks like he's gonna, and this is gonna get called a lot. Yeah, and it does get called.
What?
He's gotta go a little bigger.
You know, he checks the flop and bets the river, meaning he has an 8 basically,
Yeah.
or a weak 10.
And it's definitely a good example of how leading can be bad there, you know? Because a lot of the times your opponent's just going to check back when you're... It's really trying to figure out what's calling me here.
Right, it's going check or check call based on the sizing. Now, he can't rip it all in and get a call. But
Yeah.
for 150, he's definitely getting looked up.
I mean, if you go like 500 or 600 and you're just betting into kings,
Screwed off 4,000 trying to sit down to
there's a lot of
350.
bad that can tend to come from leading.
Get my family to come watch me play live was my worst session.
And you can see who's up. Chaz already doubled up.
Like, we'll be on there every chat.
Seat
45.
9 is 100% VPIP. That's crazy.
I'm surprised John George has 45% VPIP.
Look, 30-ish to 35 is like a good VPIP, right? In that 30 range.
It really depends on what your goals are. A lot of poker is just let me do the opposite of what everyone's doing, right? So if everyone has 5%, 10% VPIP, you're going to want to build that VPIP. If everyone has 40 to 50%, yeah, you might want to go 10%, 20% area. And if you're in a game where people are more balanced, then yeah, it tends to be that you want to be more in the 25 to 35% max. 35 is a bit high for a balanced game. Ooh, and a super interesting flop. We're going to see it continue here with K-Mac to a big sizing. Oh no, looks like okay, he said 150, but he put up a little more. Yeah, 150 is going to get called a lot here. Queen would be a super interesting turn. Is a blank, and K-Mac's not going to have a ton of 10s here. So depending on his sizing, if he goes like 125 range again, it's definitely going to get called.
Kevin needs a king or an 8 to make a straight, and a jack is going to be good also.
And we see a 150 bet on the turn again. Ooh, and that's an interesting river.
That is.
I think with the club, he might be thinking he wants to shove, which I wouldn't blame.
He checks.
Oh, yeah. And it's going to go check, check.
It's crazy that the 10 and 4 aren't clubs, too. We actually could have had this pot last hand.
Queen 9's going to beat Queen Jack. And that's a good sized pot. 1,600.
Yeah. And definitely, I mean, with the... It went on the turn, it went lead, raise, and snap call. So a lot of the times, it's just going to go check, check, but it's a super strong line by Queen 9 there. I wonder if he was trying to take control of the pot, or if he felt like his opponent was just betting with something like Ace-King.
Either over there or
Either way, good takedown to him, and he gets to sit down, so that's sick too.
That was a good scare card on the river, the ace. Like, if Kevin makes a big move at it, I don't know if Preston can call there because he can only put him on ace, king, ace, queen, something like that. Ace, jack, maybe?
Yeah, and sometimes, you want... The thing is that he has Queen 9, but he's going to have 10-9 there. He's going to have sets. He's going to have a lot bigger hands than what he had. And we're going to see the all-in from Eddie. I like this. With the straddle on, it's definitely a lot better with the ace blocker. A lot of hands can't call you. Hands like 10s and 9s can't really call you. And he's going to get a lot of folds.
Eddie gets his seat, so he's saving some money. Even though he rips it.
You have your answer. 500 straight. Or whatever that was. 800 straight with ace deuce. 25 with 10-9 on.
I refuse to give anybody $50, so I've got to go out.
Yeah, it was a good play by him. It was good recognition of like, oh, if I jam here, even against kings and queens, ace deuce suited is only a 30% to 70% dog.
If someone rips it in an early position for 3,000, whatever they may have, 2,000, and we can see that they have ace jack, right? And you got pocket sevens. Are you going to call that 2,000 rip? There's an ace jack right there. Let's see what happens.
It really depends on a lot of factors. Like if Rude were to shove here, I would fold many hands because his VPIP has been, I think his VPIP is down to 8% now. Whereas like someone like Chaz, if Chaz shoves, I would call with a lot lighter hands.
There is 2 straddles in this. Wow, look at Tilly's got pocket deuces.
yeah, somebody want to give me change.
1 chip is a call, correct?
Yes.
It was just like a picture of the dude with the big hat on, and like
Yeah, this is where sometimes you can take advantage of people with the standing up game, where you can take stronger lines, like with the sevens. You could shove more often when people raise ace jack.
I want to see what Kevin has, K-Mac, because if he rips it, what a position Rudy's in. Okay, he's just going to call.
you don't have to pay out 350.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to have a lot more bottom suited connectors. Even hands like Jack 3 suited, Queen 3 suited, King 3 suited, you kind of have to call with the straddle and everything and pot odds. Ends up being a really shitty flop for Rudy here. This hits K-Mac a lot.
Uh-oh.
Very surprised to see a bet here, but
2 checks, so Tilly's going to bet.
Doesn't hit K-Mac. We don't know what he has.
Alright.
You can see him.
Ooh.
And pocket deuces take it down. That's a great bet. 300.
The crazy thing about it is you were ahead. That's fucking scary.
Yeah, it takes down a scary board. That's definitely a board that can be rough three-handed, so there's good sizing by him to go for it. And that's me right there. I love the graphics we have. Hey, that's cool.
Sleepyhead JT underscore rounders underscore tonight. And you see Rude, he's out there playing, doing his best, but Ace Jack did not hold up against deuces.
Yeah, and it's interesting in the spots. It's like sometimes as Rudy, you can shove the ace jack there pre-flop, but it's so hard. It's like, do you want to really lose like 2K over this? You know?
I would almost bet you anything Tilly would have called with the deuces.
Yeah, but then you see all 5 cards too. That's like a big important thing, right?
No, I mean pre-flop.
Yeah, yeah,
With if he decided to rip the ace jack,
yeah.
Telly's gonna be saying, "Hey man, I got deuces, I got a pair, it could hold, get half my, or actually 3/4 of his money back if he holds up."
Well, this is a really good shove spot for K-Mac, but I wouldn't fault a check either. He does go with a raise. The problem is that he's leaving himself only 887, so if he does get called, it gets a little rough. I think we're going to see Telly actually could make a play here.
If Rudy doesn't do it first.
Yeah, if Rudy made a play, if Rudy shoved here, he would get folds instantly, which we know, but it's really hard in the moment.
We see the cards, so it makes it a little easier for us to speculate and guess and make a move. But he's going to get away from it.
It gets more important when you think about blinds again.
Oh, there's a raise.
Yeah, and like I was saying, I
He's
thought
putting K-Mac
Telly
all in,
would.
yeah.
I thought Telly would do this. I mean, it makes the most sense. It's such a, like I was saying, you put them in a really rough spot when you raise with hands like A7. When you use blockers like A7, you can actually like get your opponents off of a lot of stuff. When we think about like the range of hands,
K-Mac makes the call with the King-9 suited.
yeah, and he leaves himself a little bit. I wonder if he ever is planning on folding. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is a really bad flop for K-Mac. But yeah, you can kind of see like the effects of raising and being aggressive are so big.
Right.
There's so much good that comes out of it.
He has 6 outs twice, though.
Yeah, 6 outs twice, less outs once.
Okay. Now he's got 6 outs once.
Oh, looks like he actually has 4 outs. Doesn't get there.
Ace high is good.
Yeah, and that's the stand-up game again. You know, that aggression is going to be so key in these spots. When you're aggressive, you know, they always say tight is right, but there's definitely more money to be made when you're playing aggressive. Now, the problem is, you know, you can put yourself in a spot where King-9 hits and then you lose 1.5K with Ace-7 offsuit.
Right, and Telly lost the 3,000, and now he's got 1,000 of it back plus some. So he's feeling pretty comfortable with the hand he played against Chaz now that he's getting some chips back, you know.
Yeah, and it's pretty sick. I mean, we saw Ace High take down a 6K pot. Now we're seeing Ace High take down a 2.2K pot. So let's see if that continues for the stand-up game.
They say it's hard to make a pair, right?
Yeah, the stand-up game is pretty sick. I've been liking it. The times I've played it have been really fun, I think.
So we have 3 players left or 2? 2 players, right?
I know we have Rudy,
And K-Mac.
K-Mac,
Yeah, so is it. They're the last.
and I think that K-Mac is gonna hit this more often just because Rudy has been more on the tighter side, and that's gonna be fine for Rudy. I think Rudy might get more money long term by not having to take a flip, which he's gonna have to take if he
He's got Ace-9.
like this spot becomes a lot more scary. And you can see Rudy's going for more like actual raise sizings, which are gonna be really punished by this game. This game just absolutely punishes you for regular raise sizings.
But see, I don't know. This is what I don't understand about this game is that Preston wants to play with Queen-6 off when he's got his seat and he really doesn't have to jeopardize any of his cash with that that hand?
It's because of Rudy's image. We can't be thinking about just what does my opponent or what do I have in relation to my cards, but rather what does my opponent do post flop on a lot of flops.
Well, see, Kevin, I think, did it perfectly. He bought in for 500 and he rips it
Yeah,
instead of buying in for 1,000 or 2,000 and jeopardizing that on a flip. Now Rudy's more worried about Preston, I think, than K-Mac.
and Rudy really shouldn't be worried. This is a better spot to shove.
See, Rudy had to shove there to get Preston out. Preston's never calling with him limping in like that. So Rudy's going to lose. Let's see. He's got some green chips. Yep, 50 a man.
Yeah, I mean, in that spot, it's good to be like, okay, I'm gonna lose 350 if I lose this. So he's basically adding an extra 350 in equity to call in the 500, which ends up being, if he shoves with the ace-9 blocker, again, worst case scenario, he gets called behind, and he's in a 30-70, but you're almost never going to get called there by someone, because the thing is that a lot of hands that are going to have actual equity against a hand like ace-9 are going to be hands that would re-raise you from that position. And also, you're going to get your opponent to fold like ace-jack and ace-10 a lot of the times too, if he's not raising those.
Yeah, well, it's so hard to play out there without seeing the cards. Like us, we get to see the cards, so we can say, this is the best move in this situation. But, there's Kevin just ripping it.
Yeah, and again, this goes back to the straddle. He can rip it with a lot of hands here, and regardless of whether or not commentary like being in the back and stuff, a lot of the times the straddle can really dictate the all-ins. Not whether or not is it right to call or not, but once the straddles are this big, it ends up being that all-ins become more important because you're getting a lot of fold equity from every hand that your opponent has. It becomes super hard to call.
I wonder if Eddie can make this call. They have the same range.
Yeah, this is definitely a rough spot because you've seen K-Mac shove a bunch, and you saw that he did this with King 9. So you're gonna feel like your 6-5 has more equity, but I like the fold. Yeah, 6-5 is gonna be doing pretty well against hands like King 10, King 9. We saw him shove King 8. A lot of those hands you're actually doing really well with 6-5 suited. In fact, 6-5 suited is the best hand against aces.
So I wonder if Rudy's thinking in his head, if I call K-Mac's $500 rip and I miss or lose, then it's actually costing me closer to 1,000 versus folding and paying $350. Because you got to pay the 500 plus the $350 for the stand-up game.
Yeah,
so that's the
in theory.
dynamics right there, right?
Yeah, definitely in theory. Yeah, I mean you're flipping. I mean you're in a 60-40 for what could be 1,000. It's pretty close. When you've raised, it becomes a little easier or a little more on the call side. I guess just for example, there was a stream it was a hustler stream where they played Alexandra Botez. She's a chess streamer,
right?
And she ended up shoving 8 big blinds on a straddle, a 25K straddle. She shoved 200K.
That was a great stream.
Yeah, it was. But she had good, even though that was a lot of money for her, she had good recognition. Regardless, I have 8 big blinds, I need to shove ace-9 offsuit, and it's really hard to It's definitely hard if you aren't used to this scenario to know okay, I need to shove a little more often here. And this is an interesting spot with the King Jack. We can see some pretty dirty flops here.
Nice. Hey, come on.
Pretty much any jack is going to make it to where Chaz has to shove. I think he... Ooh.
Open in a straight draw?
Yeah, this is going to get in. Yeah, and you hear the words all in by Chaz instantly. I love it. I like the straight all in. There's not much you can do because your opponent has 1K.
Yeah, you're thinking also you might have, 2 live cards, which you don't.
Good hand.
But you're thinking you got to open and straight draw and maybe 2 live cards.
Yeah, King is often going to be live, and we see the turn is not going to get him there, but still 6 outs once. Can he get there for another 2.6K pot? Nope. Can't run good every time. Nice hand to Eddie G. That was well played.
Yeah, because Eddie started with 2K. Now he's got a 2.6.
You left in there?
These swings are crazy, man. You go and you're like, dang, you don't want to see King Jack. You want to see like King Queen, and you're just super happy. Or you want to see like pretty much anything but King Jack. King Jack, you're like, yep, I'm gonna lose this one.
Yeah, and Chaz basically says, I'm going to check it so I can jam on you.
Yeah, just
I don't care what you have.
Yeah, and it's going back to that thing like I was saying, like leading versus not leading. Like he knows he's gonna get it in regardless. That's actually a really cool concept I like to tell people about, which is like if you feel you're gonna get it all in by the river anyway, there's no point to protect your hand if your goal is to go all in already, because if there's no like fold equity on your opponent's side, you don't want them to have a chance of folding like let's just say a really, really bad bluff that has no equity.
Especially even after seeing, if you would have served up your hand and said, came back, I had ace.
And, of course, Eddie's only calling there with a made hand.
I would have said here.
Yeah,
Ace Jack, he's probably folding. Ace 10, he's folding.
yeah, and
No
he's pot committed. He has to, once he's gone 475 on the flop.
Make it 10 right here?
Both of them, it's just standard to get it in. You pretty much always.
Yeah.
You restraddling?
It's really big to know like stack size when you're playing to realize like where your stack is compared to your opponent's stack. Realize, okay, have I put in $800 and I only have 1,000 to start, and I only have 200 left? Am I really gonna fold for the extra 200? You know, knowing those things can be really big.
Man, that was my ace.
Me and him had the same exact hand. That's crazy.
Yeah, we got some big money pots already. This has been already super crazy.
Yeah, we talked about like being super slow or super, I want to say, just playing close to the vest early because they really don't know each other. K-Mac sits down, Telly, they're talking it up. Ant-Man's been kind of quiet, but he's betting a little bit. But now these guys have totally very comfortable with each other, ready to start putting, $50, $100 straddles out there and getting after some chips.
Yeah, we got our straddle. We got a straddle here. John George getting in the mix. I didn't know from my experience with him, he's been like super balanced, both tight and strong. I mean, tight and also aggressive. So he's played a really good tag image. So I'm always interested when I see him get in the mix in some hands, where sometimes some hands he'll flat with like jacks, for example. Other hands he's like doing the raise of 3-2. So it's he can have a lot of different hands, which is really strong play. I like this 450 bet by Eddie. This is one of those interesting spots for Eddie where the ace-10 suited becomes a lot stronger with all the straddles, but also it's like really iffy of a spot because you only have 26 big blinds with the $100 straddle. So it's like when you raise the 450, do you call off an all-in, or do you wait for next hand where your blinds turn from 26 big blinds to 500 big blinds?
Well, the bet was huge because John George had the dirty diaper again. Wasn't suited this time.
Yeah.
But last time he played it against Chaz's raise because he had the straddle on. He called and flopped 2 pair and took down a nice sized pot. This time with Eddie betting 450, 3.5x, he doesn't have the implied odds to call with the 3-2 off.
Yeah, and specifically in the spot with the first 3-2, it's always important to know also position really matters. So like when you're in position, it becomes a lot more profitable to call hands like 3-2, 4-5, because they don't intersect with your opponent's 4-bet range a lot of the time, at least. In that particular spot against Chaz, it did. But a lot of the times, when you're heads up in a lot of those spots, let's just say the board were to come the same board 3-2-8 when he has 3-2 and your opponent has aces. your opponent's thinking that that's a super dry board and that they're getting value off of hands like pocket jacks and pocket tens. When in reality, you just have bottom two pair. So it can be really strong. I've even seen people go all the way with like ace queen on 8-3-2 for like heaps because it just never makes sense for your opponent to have anything. This one's a fun one. No one really has a good hand, and wow, I think we're going to see a little bit of action from Ant-Man. He hasn't been too aggressive, but I think John might bet this. I like a check a lot of the time.
John
and I
did
like
bet
a
100.
Yeah.
It's hard to see it, but it's right there. Preston's head's blocking it.
That's okay. It's a Spurs hat, so I like it. Yeah, and you can take this either way. With the flush draws, you know, sometimes you can check because you can check for deception. But when you're in position, I do like bets a little better because now you can take your 8 into a bluff. Does snap check back though, so his hand's a little face up. But if you were to go for like an overbet on the river, it would make sense for him to have a lot of two pairs. It does go with a snap fold. It becomes a lot harder to bluff with combinations like 8 deuce just because you're not blocking anything. You're not blocking any. In fact, you're unblock. I mean, where you're making it a lot harder for your opponent to have bluffs because they're going to be like 8-7 of diamonds type hands, and so they're not going to have as many draws. Yeah, so John basically got himself to be able to only pay 100 to see 5 cards, which is a very good price to pay.
Okay, Chaz, when you watch this, I'm going to tell you right now, you're beating the system. Because we don't allow phones at the table, but he got his chair turned around where you can't see him on his phone. So he's beating the system.
I'm like a video game character. I can't see what I can't see. I can only see what's on the table. If he's off table, you know.
I had a tweet you might have enjoyed K-Mac. A lot of people didn't get it, but it was about that. I was like,
And he looks like he's in massage position too. We're going to see him open up. He's going to go usually on the bigger sides in the small blind, and it looks like he does. Gets snap folds. Oh, no, there's a lot of straddles.
Yeah, that's just...
I thought it was one straddle, and we got 3 straddles. So.
Well, so far they've gone 25
Whoa.
or 50, 100, so I want to see if they continue that straddle.
Yeah, I mean, K-Mac basically reducing himself down to 8 bigs, but he's going to defend the 9-6 here. Not a good flop for him, but it's not unreasonable for him to have anything. Chaz does go with the rip. And this is a good recognition by Chaz. Sees that he has the ace of hearts too. Does show the ace of hearts.
I called you some bullshit.
Dude, lead out 800, 1,600, 3,200.
I had 100, 200 more. I'll see any
I got
in the world.
15,000 more.
what up, DQ? I come join. Good night, baby.
You see DQ there.
Uh-oh, that's DQ.
DQ sighting.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
He's got a bunch of chips though.
I go all in with
He doesn't like the cap games. He likes to be able to load up and cover everybody up. Play Garrett-style poker.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a really fun aspect of Texas. It can also be a little weird because it's like one day you go to a 1-2 table and everyone has $300 stacks, and then another day you go to a 1-2 table and everyone has 3K stacks. So it's always funny. I definitely think there's a place for both games. I actually really like capped games myself. But like uncapped games are really unstudied as well.
I'm going to start a 1-1 $100 cap Holdem table here.
That'd be fun. I think that's a really good idea for, you know, people getting into the game. You know, if you don't want to like go all in for a lot of amounts. I really like 1-1 PLO games. Those are always really fun. We see Chaz raising with the 5-4 suited. I like this re-raise. It's going to be in a funny spot because both players intersect with Chaz's hand. Low flop would be fun.
Yeah, well, a set really doesn't scare Chaz because he needs that card to make a straight half the time.
I
Yeah.
love you too, man.
125.
Yeah, we're gonna see it continue. It's definitely a good spot to continue, especially with the backdoor diamonds. And this can be the problem that you get into when you're calling with hands like Jack 4 is like, now you're kind of, once you've called pre-flop the big amount, you're kind of committed to calling this flop, in which when someone goes for a turn barrel and you're just not believing them, this is where you can lose a lot of money, because if you're making this call constantly, it can be really dangerous. And now when you're chopping with every jack, you're pretty much only beating bluffs. So I wonder how he takes this if Chaz goes with like 350 sizing area.
I tried it. I can't do this shit anymore.
Ooh, and we're going for the 650. I love this overbet. Really good overbet. Recognizing your opponent is kind of not going to be able to have many aces, and you're going to pretty much have all of them. When we think about the aces that Preston is defending, it's pretty much all only like ace king, ace queen, and those hands are going to be re-raising, so
Hey, you're back.
he has to have ace jack.
Yeah, we make his bets so polarizing that you called 125 and now you want to call 650
She got
on
you
the
real
turn
good.
Yeah.
with second pair,
You hate to hear it.
and not a good kicker actually, right?
No, for sure. And that's always it's actually really fun because a lot of players use overbet sizings on turns as bluffs, and less so as bluffs and more as value bets on rivers. So it ends up being, I wonder if Chaz would do the same play on like if he were to go 350 on the turn, if he's going for the overbet there on the river as well. Very curious. But anyways, really good recognition in general by Chaz. I think he's always really understanding of where his opponents are. Very much a feel-based player in the best way.
There's still time for it to itch.
It can be really hard to be a feel-based player, but if you do it right, it's really good.
We give me a green tea
See
plate.
Telly limp in with the ace jack.
Extra honey with some lemon.
Ooh, and we're going to see no ace high boards because everyone has an ace.
He looked at the ref too. He stopped for a second.
Ooh, and this is a super interesting flop.
K-Mac needs a 9-4 straight. Preston needs running diamonds. Telly has the
That's actually a
jack with the ace kicker.
Yeah, and Telly going for a smaller sizing. I definitely like it. Ooh, that's a good turn for Telly. In general, and against this specific hand, it gets harder. But ooh, it looks like we might be seeing a lead here.
Friday's always a good day. I think you have like a baseline for your birthday back. You know?
Does go with the check. When we see the snap check back, doing a little trappy. Although I'm not sure if you want to really be trapping on this board specifically. Oh, he checks back. Could be a little bit of, I don't want to, blow this pot up. I definitely get that. Anyways, nice takedown by Telly. Getting a good comeback here.
Yeah, I thought he'd lead out with the third jack just to make sure the flush draws paid the max.
Yeah, I would continue betting on the turn, but, your opponent's range is going to be super wide there when he checks the big blind, that he really can have just like anything, which can include sets, nuts, and most of the time flush draws, but regardless, I can see why he might have played it the way he did. Going back to that thing of like, oh, I'm only getting called by better, basically. Whereas in that spot, a little less so, but so good recognition of like trying not to lose as much as you could.
Well, guys, we love bringing these streams to you. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. We love having you guys out here. Love the context. Just hopefully you guys hit the like and subscribe. It does benefit us here at Rounders Card Club.
Yeah, Rudy's got the cool glasses on. Looking like a baller. Chicaller. 20-inch frames.
He's in fold mode.
Fold mode. He's
Yeah.
playing Texas Fold'em.
Yeah, he hasn't had many hands.
Ultimate Texas Fold'em. Ooh, and we just see a call from the ace queen. I think we could see some raises here. Yeah, I was gonna say the queen 5 is definitely a good hand to take a raise with. Definitely rather raise than call. Obviously, you're gonna fold to a re-raise. I'm curious to see it. This might go four-way, very likely, depending on what Eddie does here. Eddie, I would like to see a big re-raise, but does just call. And, it's product of a lot of things. He's eating, he's kind of chilling out. He's already played a lot of big pots. Sometimes you don't feel like ace queen is that good of a hand.
It's good.
Maybe you feel like on a board, wow, this is a monstrous flop. We got flush draw for Big Daddy. Preston got top 2. This is going to be a big one. We're going to see a lot of check raises here from Big Daddy, and the check raise is going to get shoved on a lot of the time by ace queen. It becomes really hard. And we just see a call. Okay. I do like the just call.
Ant-Man's out of the way for sure.
Yeah, very much so. Now, it's really dependent on how Eddie wants to play this, and he does take a check raise. This is going to be big because Preston is almost always going to have to shove here on this board specifically.
And what does Big Daddy do after he sees an all-in from Preston? Or it's 800, so Preston basically does have to shove with 2.9.
Yeah, he's getting the right SPR to have to shove here. You pretty much cannot call because the SPR just becomes terrible for you. But if you feel like Chaz might shove more than you could, the thing is he does go all in.
No,
Oh wow, he calls. I saw the one chip. I always assume.
Now Chaz he's going to call 100%. He
He
might not raise, but he's going to call.
This becomes weird because you want to see all 5 cards. You don't really want to call and fold. But wow, this is unexpected, at least from the Queen 5 perspective. I think Queen 5 here I would almost always take as a shove, but I understand. I think if he sees a heart on the turn.
Ace of hearts?
Yeah, if it's something along the line, this is just a clean turn.
Wow,
But
man.
the kind of problem with just calling with the Queen 5 is now like.
That's an all-in, and Preston's snap calling for sure.
And he snap jams. This is going to look super strong. Chaz can't call. Chaz does snap fold. We see a really big one. Super cooler.
He needs a 6 and a 6 or an ace. Ace or a 6 is the only 2 outs
Yeah.
for Eddie.
And it does look like they're going twice. This is a huge pot. 6.5K.
Man.
It almost was really big. And Chaz is going to be kicking himself if he sees the heart. But, he got away from it as cheap as possible. Chaz definitely could have gotten full stack in here. And we do see a clean first run out. So
Eddie's just hoping to chop it. Yep. Preston wins almost or $6,500 with Queen 5 of clubs.
And guys, this is the power of aggression. This pot would never have gotten to where it was without him being aggressive with the Queen 5 suited here. Without him doing the 3-bet with the Queen 5 suited. And really good recognition of being able to use that kind of hand as a 3-bet candidate. You don't really want to be calling as much. You don't really want to be in a spot where you're out of position 4 or 5 ways and gets rewarded for it.
And I think that comes from not re-raising because, like you said, he was had his food there, distracted a little bit, wanted to play. It looked like he wanted to play a small pot, ended up being a huge pot.
Yeah, and you can see being a lot of the time, this is actually a really cool concept that I try to tell people as well when coaching is like, a lot of the time, being aggressive actually ends up saving you more money than being defensive.
Right. If he would have raised there to 500 after it was 125, 150, whatever it was, he would have gotten Preston out of the hand for sure.
Yeah, and it can also be a problem too in that in the spot where he got re-raised by Preston on the big line, I definitely would like when I see all those calls to see a re-raise, knowing that Preston seems like the type of guy who is willing to re-raise there with more trash than most players. because he's like capable of doing that, which is a good thing. And when you see that, you see all the dead money with the 4 calls, you can definitely go for raises. But it's hard because you also don't want to be in the business of always making people fold. There has to be a good balance. You don't want full folds all the time. You don't ever really want to go 5 ways of a hand like ace queen because it's not really a great 5-way hand. A lot of the power of hands like ace king and ace queen come from the ability to thin the field down with your blockers.
He's about to come down and hit him right now. Give him a little good night. Look, Chaz, I'm
Well,
gonna
that's
be
how
right
queen
back.
5
Do it
takes
like
down
this.
ace queen.
Trying to normalize
Yeah.
greatness, all right?
That's a brutal spot too.
Yeah, man, you ought to see how he shot that ball.
I'm like,
Yeah, that was.
So when you
that
check
was-
raise to $800 and they just call, you're
He can't
most likely only putting them on a flush
Really
draw.
are LeBron.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, pretty much. At least when you get called, so when you get cold called, which just means, let's just say, you know, someone raises, you re-raise, and then the next person calls. The next person calling almost always either has a set or a flush draw. One of the two.
And the stack to pot ratio,
Yeah.
which you mentioned earlier,
This ain't normal.
how did that play out with the $800 both players just calling?
Yeah, so it's a brutal spot because if a heart comes on the turn and you're pressed in, you've allowed every single heart draw to get the cheapest price possible. One, you allow Chaz to fold there. We don't know if Chaz would have called an all-in, probably not, but you allow him to see, essentially Chaz is getting $600 to win a 3K pot minimum, with implied odds to win what would have been a $9,000 pot, versus instead of shoving there and denying him equity, you give him that free turn when you're almost never folding, you know? Like in that spot, it's really hard when a heart comes and you're folding for that much money. It ends up being really exploitable.
And, in
yeah.
his mind, with him missing both runouts as far as flushes get there, he's glad he didn't do the normal thing and rip it against 2 players for a huge pot with just a flush draw.
Yeah, and it's sometimes your outs are going to be dead because when we really think about that kind of board, and we think about what's raise, re-raise, getting it in, it's not going to be just queen 5 and ace queen. It's going to be, in fact, on that kind of board, very much so weighted towards hand like ace 4 suited with the ace 4 of hearts. So a lot of the times king 10 is actually drawing dead there.
Correct, yes.
In a spot like that versus like, because ace 4 suited type hands are just going to want to get it in on the flop. So when you shove, you're going to get king 10 suited to fold, and you're going to get calls by all king queen and queen aces. Maybe less so king queen. King queen might be able to find a fold on the shove flop, but that flop specifically is so brutal for the ace queen, and so brutal for pretty much any big queen. I'd say one of the combos of queens I could fold there would be like jack queen, but even a hand like pocket kings is in a really sad spot there when you get raised, re-raised, shoved on. It's just, it's really hard for your opponents to have bluffs on that board.
Well, I'm thinking that, with Eddie, if he would have raised and got Preston out, Chaz calls, and then they have the same dynamic as the other time they played the hand where Chaz has to open in straight draw versus top pair. Now he has a flush draw versus top pair. They probably would have got it all in again if they were heads up.
Yeah.
On that board.
Yeah, the dynamics of multi-way pots become really, really hard. In fact, multi-way pots are one of the least studied spots that are just available because the thing is, we're in Texas, baby, and we love to play our multi-way pots. But in most areas, you'll see a lot of hands go mostly heads up. So, that's why Texas games can be so awesome. It's just like you're seeing these hands where people are just going absolute bonkers and calling out of position or calling with or raising with the queen 5 suited, which in theory it should get you heads up or even take down the pot, but in actuality you're getting called 5 ways.
Yeah, look at Preston with that one hand. He's up 4K.
Wow, what they called there?
Yeah, and that's sick.
Yeah, what are we halfway through the stream? And he's up 4K.
I know. It's up.
But I told him I'm not going to take any of the guys from Big Oak Tennessee
Raise.
because they played with me yesterday.
Yeah,
So I'm like,
see, we got some locals in the chat. What's up, guys? Thanks for
Right.
coming out and listening.
Huh?
oh, but I didn't talk to him about this.
Hope everyone's having a good day, good holidays.
Private game, and all I'm doing is-
It's coming up already December. It's crazy.
Yeah, I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving.
You were all have to play. Now it's like,
Especially when you got the free pick.
Last time I played the stand-up game, I went on a $2,000 negative run.
And Chaz going to check on the ace-10 on the big blind. You can see Chaz has a really good understanding of I shouldn't just raise every time I have something like ace-10.
Anybody else want to drink?
Chess.
I'm okay.
I know Chaz isn't studied, but he really plays like a studied player. I'm always so impressed.
No, no.
Are you sure he's not studied?
From my understanding,
Or does he keep it to himself?
he has said that he hasn't looked at a solver before, which is fine. I think
Is that the only way to study?
no, but
Still.
there is a lot of tools to study. But the thing is that solvers are definitely going to be a lot of the easiest solo practice. A lot of the times that you can just connect things into solvers, and you're going to learn a lot more about what's long-term better for your play. Whereas, like, something studying-wise, like, it's debatable whether or not some study sites are actually good or bad for your game, whether or not the time that you're putting in can be right. So, you know, there's actually a lot of controversy behind that.
For the other part of the shot.
I think in general, if you're someone out there trying to get into poker, one of the best ways for you to learn and study and get into the game is find a really good support study group. And I'm not talking a group that says, oh, you got to play one way and this is the right way, or you got to do this one way and this is the only way you can do it. I've traveled and talked with a lot of many top pros, and I can't tell you how many of the guys I've talked to who own coaching sites or are coaches themselves, and they all have different opinions on the same topic, different opinions on the same hand, whatever it may be, that are completely away from each other and all equally right.
Yeah, well, the basic thing is you're basically going to take all this information, decipher what works best for you and your understanding, and then apply it.
Yeah.
Because there's so many, you can't, what is this game? You can never master it, right?
Yeah, it's hard to say because there is like Poker Snowy, which is the well, there's a couple different versions, but there's I believe it's Poker Snowy. I forgot what it might be something different name wise, but basically there have already been tests of people trying to play against the computer essentially that does every single correct move, and it's already been tested to be really hard to beat. But it's hard to say because, like, at the end of the day, the computer can't tell what's going to happen in a 9-handed game where someone decides, fuck it, I'm going to call 10K, you know?
That's the variance, right?
Yeah.
At the start of those playoffs, though, if you were like the Mavericks might win the championship, people would have laughed at you. Like, nobody thought the Mavericks had a chance.
And at the end of the day, you know, none of us are computers. None of us can put in the amount of time needed to
But Manu had like the most like egregious
basically
foul of all time.
pass
Drove the lane, like,
the
5
exact
seconds left
range of
for up three.
variance. And there's me right there, and there's JT and Rudy.
Yep, Rude's out on the table
Worst
tonight.
foul of all time.
But, you know, I think I've played every hand that I've ever played my entire life perfectly.
Was it another year that happened? 2011 year.
Me too. Since the beginning, I've never played every hand
I've
wrong.
never made a mistake. The other guy made a mistake and won.
You know, it's not far-fetched. I've seen someone's graph who he was down like 200,000 for the year, and his all-in expected value, meaning not whether or not his bluffs would get in, just the amount of money that he should make based on percentage of when he should have been winning all his all-ins, was worth, he should have been $1 million in the green, and he was down 200,000 for the year. So every time that he was like 20% favorite, he was losing to the point that he should have been up $1 million.
Well, I don't say that. I've changed my philosophy over the years. I don't think there's bad players. I think there's just different gamblers.
Yeah.
They see value in the hand that you would say there's no value, and they win with that hand. So they pick and choose their spots, and let's go for it.
I will say I do think there are bad players, but
Hey, I'm sitting right here.
at the
Come on.
at the end of the day, like it's a game of fun, it's a game of gambling, and the way that you choose to go about it is the way that you choose to go about it. And I don't think anyone should ever fault you for the way you want to play a game. I mean, if you want to go play blackjack right now and go to Vegas, go do it, like whatever you want to do when it comes to your money, you should do. And if you feel like part of that is getting better at the game and you find that fun, then do it. But if you feel like you want to just wreck some fools at the table for 2-5, then go do that. It's really probably my favorite part of the game.
There's a funny thing. I'm involved in two sports, or a sport and a game that I don't take lessons for, that I should have taken lessons for: golf and poker. You think you can sit down and just play poker without any knowledge other than what hand value is on what wins, the best hands, aces, kings, queens, in that chronological order. But then you're not looking at any strategies, you're not looking at betting stats, or what's a good call, what's a good fold.
Yeah.
You have to learn that.
Yeah, and it gets a lot harder the higher in stakes you move up to allow yourself not to learn. I think when we look at people like Wesley, who's a good example of someone who had just started, who ended up becoming really good. He plays on one of the other streams, but he started as a casual player, and then now he plays really well, does really well.
You can say Hustler.
Oh, Hustler? Oh, okay.
Yeah, of course.
Cool. Yeah.
I watch the Hustler all the time.
Yeah.
Why would you not? It's a great game. And yeah, Wesley is a crypto guy, I guess.
Yeah.
Right? Makes all his money on the crypto. But yeah, you can see his progression of how he's gotten better, because he just threw away money at the beginning. Now he wants to win that money.
Yeah.
And you can see how well he's been playing, and that's fun to watch.
No, for sure. I mean, I've always found my enjoyment comes from learning games. Just learning, my enjoyment comes a lot from I want to be the best at whatever I'm putting my mind to. And so for me, poker was that and is that now. Again, there was a little point of time where I was like, oh yeah, I don't know if I want to, but came back into it, have that passion again. But a lot of that passion, depends on what your goals are. And
yeah, well, that passion's strong when you're winning, and it sucks when you're losing. You kind of say, well, what is my win-loss ratio over the last 6 months? Am I just breaking even? That's okay.
Yeah.
But am I losing over 6 months? And I've got this knowledge, I got this ability, and am I overplaying to try and prove that I can outplay you, or am I just getting unlucky?
Yeah.
It
can definitely be really hard to know.
You have to analyze yourself over the last month or something. You have to sit down and go, why did I – a lot of times when I lose a hand, I go, why did I play this hand? Why did I play Queen 7? I didn't have to play Queen 7 offsuit. The guy had aces. Why would I call a big raise?
Yeah, I actually think that's a lot of people's problem is whether or not in the moment you can keep yourself from stopping to do things that you're not supposed to. I like the raise here from 8-7 from under the gun. It's definitely a good hand to have under the gun. Just gonna hit a lot of flops.
31 and 29.
Generally, when you hit a flop when you're raising under the gun with 8-7, no one's really gonna put you on this hand. We're gonna see the ace and bottom pair for Eddie.
Yeah, that's the record, right?
Ooh, is this an overbet 100?
What does Eddie do with the deuce? He just folds it right away.
Yeah, I like to fold.
How about Drummond?
It's rough when you see John call the overbet, and John's gonna love this turn.
Yeah, it's a great turn. Gives him a stronger hand, right? He improved his hand. Oh my gosh! Now Eddie's going. My goodness.
The Brunson, and here this is where checking 3 streets as John is gonna get him paid off because he's always gonna call here with the queen.
Because most of the times it's a chop, right?
Yeah, very much chop, but that actually could be in his head like I don't want to call just a chop, but
That's what I'm saying. When
Who,
people
Russell
were,
Westbrook?
when you
It's
have
actually a really good bet
And
by
Oh,
K-Mac.
off in the
The
game,
more I
it's
think
like
about
Russell's
it,
kinda already
Super
good, but
explosive, yeah.
this puts John in a really rough
Derrick
spot.
Rose was super
I think he
explosive.
might end up finding the call. Yeah, it does find the call.
If he's got the flush, he's got the flush, right?
Yeah,
he never hurt his knee.
Yeah.
He was too
yeah. If you say that enough times, you lose all your money, though.
Right.
Yeah, I've told
That
myself,
he had against,
10 times in one day, if he's got the flush, he's got the flush, and all 10 times he had the flush.
And that's a great bet sizing on Kevin's part.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a make you think twice before you call that
It's-
$500.
It's definitely on the more bluff heavy side, I think,
It is.
in that particular spot. Yeah, I think like 350 to 325 would look less bluffy, but the bigger you go tends to, at least for me, look a lot bluffier.
Oh my god, that was
the one that they didn't count?
Yes, oh my God.
Yeah,
They
no, I
talked about
mean,
that for a week straight.
he always has the flush until you fold, and then they show you the bluff, and
Right.
then you're like, never mind.
Well, it was like Eddie. If he calls the initial $100, he sees the turn. They both check, check, check,
Yeah,
and then he sees the deuce on the river. He could check call easily. With the showdown value of the deuce, and
I like this kid right here.
yeah, but
I'm second guessing because I'm back here. I see the cards. It's easy for me to play. I haven't lost too much money back here.
Man,
Yeah.
I like him.
even then, even if he did hit his deuce, he can't really feel comfortable with the diamond. And then even his deuce doesn't even feel too comfortable because one of the main hands you're going to be up against by just the overbet call is going to be like ace deuce. We're going to see a re-raise here by Eddie G with the ace queen.
You got it.
And definitely defending with the ace four suited in position. Some fun flops that you could see here with these hands.
yeah.
It's definitely on the side of a fun flop because Telly has taken these spots to bet a lot. Does go with the check. Has the backdoors. I think he'll bet on a backdoor draw.
Eventually, I'm gonna drink it. Eventually, science will do its job and cool it down.
Nice.
That works.
Queen.
36 points. Balling.
And this is an interesting run out because ace high is going to be good against. Oh, and he goes for a snap bet. I think this will get a fold.
Sure does.
Chaz, where'd you play?
I was going to say, Telly can check back for sure because there are a lot of hands that he's still beating with ace high, but I do like the bet. I think he went for a good sizing that makes sense with a lot of his rag two pairs, some of his jacks, queen jack type hands that, wanted to check two streets, maybe get a little bit of thin value on the river.
Yeah. Well, there's a lady that plays here a lot. Her name's Judy Zip, and she's playing the $5,000 triple treat free roll tonight. And she says her sister watches our streams all the time, and so we want to give a shout out to Carol Zip Weasler. Thank you for always watching and supporting us. Hopefully you're feeling better and you enjoy the stream tonight. And if you're not watching it tonight, Judy said she'll let you know so you can watch it tomorrow. But we want to give you a shout out and say thank you very much for supporting the stream.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's the kind of thing that makes me love doing this is being able to, there's been a lot of really good feedback lately, and like the people who have said that those kind of things, I love it. Thank you for being so nice with the words that you're saying, and you're definitely letting us kind of feel good about what we're doing and the progress that we're doing, and we're always going to get better, y'all.
Yeah, it's just a learning curve, but Ethan has brought a dynamic to the stream that we really appreciate. We're glad you're here. We're glad that Drew brought you on, and you do a great job. Just let me tell you, from myself, you do a great job.
Yeah, and I mean, the whole staff, everyone, all of us I feel like we're all really working hard on this, so it's really cool. And then, yeah, here's our holiday bounty.
Yeah, go through it. Go through it, man.
Yeah, so we got the holiday bounty, guys. It's going to be essentially a super bounty with $50 bounties for the first day, $200 bounties when you get to day 2. You're going to start with 40,000 chips and 30 and 40-minute levels, so it's going to be pretty sick because you're going to have a lot of playability, super fun, December 14th through the 19th, 9 day 1 flights. including flights on Saturday late at night and Sunday even. Our day 2, we're still going to have one in the morning, so it's going to be a really fun one.
Yeah, Saturday night at 9 p.m. and then Sunday morning at 9 a.m. will be, I believe, 20-minute levels. So there will be turbos to get you into day 2 that afternoon at 2:30 on Sunday, and then Monday will be the final 9 playing it out.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. You're either going to see me on the mic or in the tourney. We'll see. Hopefully on the mic, but half hopefully on.
Well, if you're on the table and you win it, you come back here and get on the mic for a few minutes and tell us all about the run you had.
Y'all can just give me a mic and earplugs, and I'll play like I'm on Sulphur Y at the final table.
That'd be awesome.
And I'll just say out loud, no one will have mic, or no one will have any headphones in. I'll be the only one saying like,
what is it?
So I have aces here, so I'm gonna.
What is that? Poker out loud or something?
Oh yeah, Sulphur Y. What's up?
Hey, we got a special guest joining us.
I ain't taking one cent.
They got rid of McCollum now, didn't
They call him Mr. Felt. Mr. Felt has made the building.
Gary Trent,
Uh,
Norman Powell.
well,
But he's still up $9 on stream.
Ethan and I have been loving the stream, watching the stream, and now we have a special guest joining us. What's happening, Rude?
Yeah, Nurkic ain't bad.
What? Oh, I'm stuck. What's up, guys?
You're crackling, but look at you out of Crackleville. There you go.
All right.
Talk to us. What happened?
So what do you think? How's the game?
We did not see you. You must have just left because you were tired and wanted to come back here and join us.
Yeah. Yeah, I just thought I'd come hang out with you guys and see what's going on.
Tell us about the stand-up game, the dynamics of you folding ace 9 to Kevin's shove or something like that with Preston behind you.
Oh yeah.
Well, the thing is, there's so many combinations. The thing is, it's a real flip. Even if he's got like Jack 8 or anything like that, it's just because you're ahead. I mean, that's a 60-40 situation, right? So, I mean, do I want to gamble $500 or $700 in order to avoid paying $350?
That's exactly what I said. So,
I mean, it's a math problem.
It's 800 plus 350 if you lose. So you're looking at 1150.
Right,
I think.
right.
No, it was 500. So it'd have been 850 if you lost because he shoved with 500.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's super close. I was saying how like the equity is close. I think I would just against him, but I like.
Well, even if you're ahead, even if
Yeah.
he turns his cards over, you still have to, stay ahead.
Yeah,
or
no,
you
for
have
sure.
to hit.
And Preston was behind you. Honestly.
That's right. Yeah.
So you had
There was a couple of times where I really had opportunities to go ahead and stick it in there. I think I had an ace 7 one time.
Yeah.
Ace 9 another time. But there was a while there where I couldn't even get into the mix. But the action was pretty hot and heavy.
Oh, yeah, it's
so
pretty
that
crazy.
changes. It kind of changes the dynamics.
Well, I was telling Ethan I could play perfectly from back here. I'm
Yeah.
really good back here.
Yeah, it's easy to do.
Yeah, making all the right calls. All
Yeah,
the
when
right
you've got
folds.
a headset on, you feel pretty smart.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I was wondering was like, I think it's like just, well, with the straddles you end up only having like 20 big blinds, but it
Kind
ends
of,
up being
it's a little ridiculous. There's double straddle, triple straddle, quadruple straddle.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's the 2-5 game. All of a sudden, it's the first 50, 100 game I've ever played.
yeah.
Well, one thing we talked about was
So-
at the beginning, everybody didn't know each other, so the dynamics was bet, fold, 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 bet, fold, fold, fold. Now we got 10, 25, 50, $100 straddles.
Yeah.
These guys are playing super big.
It just took a little while for them to people just kind of settle in. But I believe most people know each other. They play, here in the card house or elsewhere.
Yeah, well, Kevin, K-Mac, Tilly, they play Big O
And
all
Edward.
the time.
Well, K-Mac and Tilly and Edward play in a game regularly.
Okay.
Every week.
And what about Queen 5 for Preston versus
See, here's
Ace
an
Queen?
interesting spot right here. Oh, they spelled my name funny. Ace Jack.
Yeah,
And
this is,
Chaz shoves.
oh,
Chaz shoves with the worst jack.
Raise call.
I like the shove. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier with JT, was that there's a lot of dead money, so he's getting a really good spot here where he's never going to really be. I mean, if one of y'all called, he'd be in a terrible spot.
The interesting thing about that is that he's in a really bad spot against Ace Jack. But
Yeah.
the fact that there are two Ace Jacks out there it's very. In fact, when I was at the table and they turned their hands over, I said, "Wow, I don't know who's ahead because I'm blocking K-Mac completely,
Yeah.
and I have a jack of Chaz, so he's got a free king, you know."
Yeah, yeah,
But now once I fold, you see how the equities change.
yeah. No, yeah. And the equities are still pretty bad for the king jack. I think that the king jack would be like 28% without your ace being folded. I believe. Actually, I think it's like 29.6% exactly.
That look on your face was like, I have the same hand. I mean,
Yeah,
it was sick.
actually called K-Mac, but when Chaz goes all in for 3,200,
Jack up there and the king.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah,
excuse
and
me,
this is-
3,900.
This is definitely because this is a good recognition from Chaz to know like your both of your stack sizes. I think he looked and he was like, I think I have enough fold equity. He probably thinks that you're gonna fold more often and that K-Mac might call with the worse hand.
Well, he puts me as I'm capped because I only called K-Mac, right? K-Mac raised,
Yeah.
and I called him because he's pretty wide.
7.
7 on 2.
So he's going to win the first board. They do. I think they ran it twice, and he won both hands. So K-Mac doubled up.
So do you know everybody out there? Have you played with everybody out there? or
No, I
no?
haven't played with. What's the guy's name in seat 7?
Ant-Man.
Ant-Man.
I'm guessing it's Anthony or something, man.
Is he the real Ant-Man?
He could be from the movie.
Oh, from the movie. that's a me kind of joke.
You missed that one.
I did miss that one.
That's why I looked at you. I figured that's probably down your in your repertoire.
Yeah.
How did-
Database.
Okay, the stand-up game with Telly calling Chaz's all in with the $250 straddle, was it?
They're just gambling sometimes. They've got bullets in their pocket,
I typically don't like
and looking to gamble.
Preston wins $6,000 or $6,500 with 2 pair. Ace,
Oh, yeah.
8 queen 5 over ace queen.
Yeah, Edward is in there. He's kind of.
And we got Rudy with kings here. How does he play this?
He gets stacked by Jack 8.
I made it 50 to go.
All right,
Oh,
get
shoot.
raised by aces. Yep, I already knew it.
Oh my god!
As soon as I saw him
Three
raise,
bets.
Oh man!
The K-Mac gets out of the way.
yeah, because he hasn't really been.
I see just a call though.
I'm not worried about. Yeah,
He hasn't really been raising much either pre-flop, so it's definitely a scary spot.
and you can see it. He's kind of putting on a little bit of an act. He's like, "Oh God, I know he's strong."
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, until he's saying that about me, just calling. Now,
Yeah.
the
That's
two
the
clubs
worst.
out there are okay. Because I've got a blocker. I've got the king of clubs in my hand, so I'm really not worried about flush draw. So I went ahead and checked to him so that he could put a C bet out there.
Yeah, and I mean, you have nothing to do but
He
play
made
this
it
one.
300.
This is definitely all you can do is die kind of moment.
Yeah, I was hoping. I thought there was a good chance he's jacks or queens or maybe even ace queen. Or even ace jack.
all
I
hands.
mean,
you
they were
do that
just,
with.
my goodness, yeah, they were just moving with lots of cards.
You never thought about
A
just
wide
calling here?
range.
No, you can't just call here.
I can.
Oh, you can maybe. I don't know. I mean,
The thing is, he could actually be in there with like a 4-5 suited, 4-5 of spades or something like that. And, I don't mind getting the money in here, but I don't want to just let him set the price
yeah, you
for
let.
what he wants to play for.
Yeah, and then let's just say like turn is a blank and you go check because he has ace king or something or ace queen. Then you just let ace queen and ace king get
You
a
know
free turn.
something's up right here,
Yeah,
don't you?
yeah. I thought he's either got aces or I said it's possible. I was thinking to myself, it's possible he's got 9s or 3s.
Exactly.
Or he had 2s earlier, so really any of those. But once I'm there at that point,
And it's the only hand you were able to play tonight because you were pretty much card dead all night, other to this hand.
so he's asking me how many times I want to run it, and
6.
I don't know what he has.
Yeah,
So I'm wondering, well, depending on what if you've got a flush draw, or you've got open ended, we can run a couple times, but
Yeah, I mean
Twice.
he is gonna do this with queens, jacks, tens. So like you can't fault yourself for
yeah, there's a lot more hands that I'm beating than losing to. I'm losing to aces and nines. You know, like obviously twos or threes too, but
the way he's been playing. I don't think he'd have twos or threes, but yeah, nines maybe. But yeah, I would mostly put queen. Like I would just say, well, you could also have the same hand. It happens once in a blue moon.
yeah, good.
I want to tell you that I got a text from Saul for why they want their shirt back.
I'll be playing in the skins table next week.
They're gonna try to solve for why you lost this hand.
Standard hands, man. What can you do?
Yeah, pretty standard. Nothing you can do about these. This is why poker can be so brutal.
If he turns over jacks, you're smiling. If he turns over aces, you're like,
Yeah, I thought it was more likely than not that I'm ahead.
And then a king on the river.
yes, king on the.
Oh, and right
Clean
there.
run out for the aces.
It's paint, but not the right paint.
That was my card cover.
And fast forward to
And
now,
that's
you're
it.
here.
Yep.
Brutal.
Came to check on you guys, make sure you guys were doing okay.
Did you bring the waters or?
Yeah. Should have brought some tequila. Well, I should have brought.
How much was in your stack at that time? You had close to 2,000?
1460, I think, 1480, something like that.
So Tilly's about even now from losing that shove against Chaz. He's slowly been climbing back up.
Ready. Make sure that George cocks you out.
I didn't see you play a hand other than the kings.
I played about 3 hands.
Yeah, you made some bets and folds, but I mean you didn't
You
win
mean go to
anything. I
river?
didn't see you win anything.
Oh, I did.
You did win a couple hands? Oh no, you won the first hand you played.
Yeah,
You bluffed.
I only won the hands I bluffed.
But I mean you had the best hand I think at the time.
I'll take your word for it.
I mean you had the best ace.
I didn't know it.
I
No,
won
I
every
didn't.
hand.
I bet with the queen 10 once, and queen.
Were you guys watching the basketball game because guys had money on the game, or you guys didn't want to watch the stream?
They're just watching the basketball game.
Yeah.
They decided to not put the
Man, look at
stream
that shit.
on.
Look, since Kareem.
Yeah, I
And it
mean,
was a really good game.
Yeah,
I-
Golden State and Dallas.
Yeah.
I definitely think that having the stream game there can be really.
It's a different dynamic. I kind of like the idea of not having the stream game running
Yeah.
because it really forces the guys to interact with each other at the table, you know, and everything is still a mystery.
It's hard.
No, let me tell y'all what it is.
They give up for a championship now.
No, yeah, I mean, some people can also use the information a lot better than other people, which is actually a really big problem.
Win in the window that they have Braun. That's it.
And LeBron.
Yeah.
What about in the next 12 years? You know who they had? Ingram.
They're nice guys, though. It was good. It was a good game.
Yeah, the environment
last
looks really
My
cool.
boy down there in New York, left-handed. Randall. They had Zubac. Man,
I mean,
for years.
they had to let some of them guys.
Josh Hart.
Yeah, almost all the conversations centered around basketball.
Which is your favorite?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question about having support out there. Does that change how you play?
They had the wrong coaches.
What do you mean, like support as far as like people on your rail? Oh, money? Has got a bullet?
Yeah,
Like another bullet?
as in, you know, let's say you and I would, give you some money.
Oh.
We split it up and say go do your best, and then do you think about my interest in it, or are you just strictly playing?
Oh, I see.
Does that
Like
change
if you have
how
a
play?
backer?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know the answer to that. I've never played with a backer before.
But I would have did.
So I don't really know. I
But I
didn't.
guarantee you this. They should have made a package deal.
I don't know.
You have to think about
But
it
here's the
later.
thing though. If you have like another bullet to buy in for,
They had to give him up.
it definitely changes the way that you play. As many pots as you're going to get mixed up in,
They were trying to do a deal.
depending on how many times you want to buy in for. You know that makes a huge difference. Tonight, I was just filling a spot for somebody who didn't make it, and I wasn't nearly prepared to play 50, 100 game, you know. So, I took $500 from somebody else, so a quarter of my action was, but it didn't even once enter into my mind.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
even think about it.
I got
Okay.
the championship out of it.
Kind of like when you're doing a stand-up game and someone shows for 500, you're like, oh man, I'm like me. I think like that. Okay, I'm totally like I can't fuck off so and so. I can't mess up someone's money
Yeah.
that wants to help me, try and earn. So I do have that in my thought process to play what I think is a better range of
I
cards.
think it's just in your stack. Whatever you have to play with it with whatever you have in your stack.
You just play your
Once
game
it's in
your
your
way.
stack, it's in your stack. It doesn't matter where you get it from. The thing that did make me honestly uncomfortable was the the dead money that's out there. The blind straddles.
Insane amount of dead money.
Yeah, it's a big jump to go from 1-2 or 2. Like this was billed as a 2-5 game,
Yeah.
and now all of a sudden it's 100 to limp.
Yeah, that's just how Texas is a lot of the time too.
I don't know if it's a lot of the time, but it happens. It does happen here. So you're not going to find it on a lot of tables. It's a pretty big game, even if you wherever you go. 50, 100 is pretty large.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was playing a 2-5 game here that changed into a 5-10 game, which then changed to 10-25, which then changed to a 25-50. Not straddle, just like straight up blinds. Like, and it started off as a 2-5 game.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I guess it really just depends who's there. I think people like Chaz really end up making it like that, you know?
Yeah, it's certain people have different skill sets, and one of the skill sets that Chaz and Seti and some of these guys, and even DQ, he was here, but he didn't want to play on the stream because he doesn't like the nature of the capping.
What did he say when he came on to the table?
Just that he said he won like 10K on the other table, and he was over there killing it. But he didn't want to play because he didn't like the format of this particular game. So people like they have that's one of his weapons is to have money behind. Chaz has. If you double up, now you've got a little bit more weaponry. You got more arrows in your quiver.
Yeah.
So it really changes things.
Chaz called. He made it 800. I thought about it. I planned it. Chaz called.
You got to see all of it.
Yeah, Ant-Man's
Queen
pretty.
Pop would have never seen that flop had I had it. Never.
Yeah, isn't his movie coming out like sometime this month?
Number two.
Number two.
Ant-Man? Yeah, number 2. Or is it number 3? I think it's one of them. The quantum one.
But, I mean, shit.
John George been playing pretty solid.
Yeah, he always plays
Yeah.
pretty solid.
It's so crazy what the Clippers gave up for Paul George.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where the game goes from now, because now that they're seven-handed, it actually becomes that hands become so much more, like hands like ace-5 suited end up becoming really a lot stronger.
Sure. Yeah, even at 8-handed, but you're right. At 7-handed, those hands relative hand strength goes up. But the thing is, though, they were really just a very wide range of hands that they were opening with and playing.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at this. We got what looks like it's going to be a family pot almost, with 4-3,
Yeah, it looks like
ace-5,
nobody
jack-6.
raised.
Yeah.
So there's six
way.
people to see the $20.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And it'd be interesting to see a heart flop. Any red flop really is going to be crazy.
Those Portland teams from like 8 years ago were good.
There we go.
Well, that's
All
it.
black. So we got a gutter for Eddie.
It's actually still a
Oh, he's
crazy
got a
flop.
pair and a gut shot. Telly's got the straight gut shot. But it's all clubs. Only.
His last name's Preston.
Well, K-Mac flopped a flush. Preston's got a better draw to a flush, or a draw to a better flush, rather.
Yeah.
With slightly reddish hair.
Dude, what the hell?
Yeah,
I think
Wild.
John George probably hates his hand. He'll probably find a way to get out of there.
Yeah.
But 10-8 is looking good. I mean,
You know who's been balling for
from what I could tell, that's good couple of cards.
Yeah.
Good starting hand for K-Mac.
He averaging 20 points in the last 19 games.
Looks like we did get a check around. Oh wow! And Preston just snap folds the king of clubs here. on the
Oh,
turn.
look, it's a different 9. It's not 9 of clubs. It's 9 of hearts.
9 of hearts was on the turn. I think
Okay.
it might be that
so
he
the
doesn't
graphic-
actually have the king of clubs because the graphic. I think it picked up one of the cards on accident there. But that just happens every now and then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I don't know if he. Well, who knows? I don't know. Next hand.
Chris probably was gonna be Shrek.
I gotta treat this like a cash game.
yeah, I like the Spurs hats.
Mike Myers,
Are the Spurs playing today?
interesting fact.
I don't think so. We didn't have them on
Oh, Chris
TV.
Farley would have an amazing Shrek.
How did he die?
Him and Eddie Murphy.
Is there something going on like the Super Bowl of
The
basketball?
Super Bowl of basketball.
I don't know what that is.
No, the season just started, so we got a lot more basketball to watch, Ethan.
What's the Super Bowl version of basketball?
It's called the championship. It's the NBA championship. It's
okay.
best of 7 games.
So they just all play, like who's playing best of 7? Like all the teams?
No, there's playoffs.
Okay.
Yeah, but they won't get to the playoffs till probably like April, I think.
Top 16 or top 8?
No, they take.
Yeah, well,
Jason Preston.
I don't know. They I think they were talking about changing it. It seems like almost everybody makes it. So I think it's top 8 from each division.
Look who in it.
So 16 teams total. What are your thoughts, JT?
Yes.
Yeah, come down, Clint. We got a bunch of games going on in the main room. We got Chaz calling with King Deuce. You'll get more of that action in the lobby. You're gonna get a lot of
Deuce
people.
off.
Yeah,
King 6 off for John George.
opening from under the gun. Oh no, looks like cut off. Well, I guess with all the straddles.
Straddle.
Yeah, he's basically under the gun with the straddles.
But he's one of the straddles.
Yeah. Oh wow.
uncut gems, man.
2 pair for Chaz.
Yeah, that's brutal. Oh, he does check back. I do like this check back because when you bet, you're not getting. Oh wow.
Wow, that's an interesting development there. That turn card.
And 6 might play.
6 plays right now. That's good enough for John George. He's going to start betting.
It's definitely a fun spot where Chaz has a lot more 8s where he could actually rep it, but his hand's a little too strong to need to. So it's kind of a weird spot. Like depending on the river, Chaz can definitely bluff. Yeah, 'cause Chaz can have a lot of the
The
8s.
third club comes out on the board.
No
Let's
comparison.
see a chop.
Look at that turn, dude.
You're good.
Uh,
Oh no, you're good.
I'm thinking like in my head.
He was talking to me.
Thought it into existence.
Cooler City.
You play that crap.
Thanks, Christopher.
Keep playing that way, buddy.
Well, Chris is the resident cooler giver.
Is he?
Yeah, apparently that's what people were saying when he got on the live stream for the tournament. Everyone was like, "This is the cooler dealer."
Maybe they meant coolest.
They used stronger words than cooler.
Wait, Chaz won that?
They chopped with the ace on
Oh,
the
I
river.
see.
You got to do safe for real?
Free flop. Never looking
Damn
at
it, they were one out or
Yeah, Jack 8.
Yeah, and everyone was deep stacked. I was surprised. How long is stream going tonight? However long they'll be playing, I believe. We
Said about I think they're thinking about 11 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah, so it looks like we'll be going about an extra hour here, but we'll see.
Adam Sandler, great actor.
We're talking about how
Yeah, it's been a really fun
2,
stream.
5, 25. And that's it. They kind of cooled down on the straddles.
Yeah.
Yeah, once you left, they said,
That was the idea.
we got him out of here, guys.
Oh, and we got some high value hands for these guys right now with the 5-4 and the 6-4. These are like aces right now.
Because I want to get a cricket ball.
Yeah, I would think so.
I need a cricket ball. My bills are.
Preston's got a pair of 3s, he calls. Set mining.
Oh my-
Chaz is in there because he's suited. 6 high.
I told you 6-4 suited is like
Two.
the aces right now.
How does everybody have the same range right now?
They're
It's
all
crazy.
in the same neighborhood. It's going to be all high cards. King, Queen, 10.
All right, who wants it?
Chaz will bet.
No, definitely in position. Oh, and Ant-Man's going to take a stab. I think this is going to get through a lot because he hasn't really been stabbing.
Maybe you get some money.
Yeah,
Also, they
Yeah,
have
he's-
6 high.
yeah, true. Yeah, he's playing on his rep, on his image.
Yeah.
40 minutes went from 450,000, 4,700 square feet.
How much? It's a big spot.
Yo, no, 8-7 wasn't even allowed in that. 8-7 would be like too strong for that, for them at this point.
Down there, 470,000.
Type player.
I can show you how 7,400 square feet. 7,400 square feet for 520,000.
So if 6-4 is aces, what is aces? Is aces actually bad in this lineup?
Yeah.
Mini man theory Jordan used to be 450.
I thought aces were hard to come by. I thought kings were hard to come by. Both in the same hand. That's brutal.
7,000, so 520,000. Yeah, over 7,000.
If 5 people call you, aces get a lot worse.
That's when I was gonna move
For
that
sure.
down.
Especially because these guys, you know, I think we've seen some pretty big cold calls. We're gonna see your raise or no call.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you're the way that they're playing, I didn't have the liberty or the privilege of seeing, all the cards that they were playing. But I think it's safe to assume that the board coverage was just very, very huge.
Yeah.
If you're multi-way, there could be anything out there.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be comfortable with aces on or any overpairs on this board.
Well, yeah, even yeah.
Complaining about his hand.
In Philly? Yeah.
I'm gonna be the one to give him that.
Residency?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he got like 3 months left.
You got a 5 leading the way here with Ant-Man.
He hasn't played all night.
They just come in.
Yeah, and he's got him
2
out
hands in a row.
kicked.
5, 6, 7.
7's gonna be no good, but that is a scare card.
Club. K-Mac has a smallish club.
I believe you now.
It'd be 8 o'clock in the morning.
I think I had you on the flop.
Yeah, and I think you can assume that your club's gonna be good if you hit, but just
I'm
fold.
gonna watch this damn stream.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
You haven't felt unsafe. You've gone to a Phillies sport.
Yeah, it's only one club. It's only a 7.
Doing some nuts.
Yeah.
And if you feel like you're good because you make a flush, but then again, if you lead out and he raises you,
Yeah.
now you wonder, what's he raising me with?
Eagles look good.
Well, there's four clubs on the board.
That's gonna be.
And do you happen to know? I don't know who seat 1 or Preston or
It's gonna attack
Telly is. I haven't seen them before. Are they regulars here at
Yeah.
Rounders?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're regulars. Yeah, Edward is a real estate agent. He plays here. He's played on several streams. And you said Preston. Preston also is a regular here. I think his preferred game is PLO,
Okay.
but he plays. He's very proficient at Holdem. And Telly normally plays Big O more than 2 cards. But I believe, well, actually, I don't know what game they play on Wednesday. They play somewhere Wednesday night.
It's either PLO or Big O.
Maybe Big O.
Yeah, it's one of those 2 games.
But I know the way that they Minnesota.
Yeah, Ant-Man's getting in the mix now. He's been quiet for a bit,
Just had a terrible game.
but now he's been playing
He's
a lot
kind
of
of
hands.
ramping it up a little.
Yeah.
Any given Sunday, I don't care.
I wonder if that's if he's like seeing his image and then utilizing that, or
Yeah.
They interviewed
if he,
somebody.
you know, there's a lot of factors.
Yeah.
Green Bay at some point in the last year and a half or something, and they were interviewing.
Hard to say. We didn't see the cards that time, but
When he got to the
just a
locker
C-bet
room,
takes it down.
into 9/11.
Yeah. And he definitely, from the way it's been, he definitely could have had anything there.
Just like a conspiracy theory, like Nita looking at 9/11 was the first thing he said to the guy when he got to the locker room. Fucking weirdo.
You know, Roger just had to fuck his head
Dude,
up.
he needs to lay off the ayahuasca and just get back in the weight room.
You show up and you're like, I'm
Man, you
the
better
culture's gonna be like
all
on my
that
new
money.
team.
Aaron Rodgers just let me down, man.
He
That's my
brought
brother.
that haircut and fell apart, dude.
He's a hell of a player.
He is.
I was surprised with the way that it started, that it ended up getting as crazy as it did.
Anybody.
You have to
Because it started off pretty slow.
But no,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was very, very kind of slow. I think it was just a weird card distribution thing. I think really nobody had anything to do to mix it up with. And then once they suggested straddles in the stand-up game, then there became something more to play for. So then they widened their ranges.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, and he get rid of his
Yeah, the stand-up game can definitely get
Like they had to put them both
even the
together.
tightest players having to play crazy hands.
They even raised the stand-up game. When it was initially contemplated, they said it would be $25 penalty for the guy who loses, and then once we got into it, it became $50 a person.
Yeah. And this lead's gonna.
$25. See, the pots are just tiny now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
It's
crazy.
funny
how
how
that happens.
the game kind of waxes and wanes. It just kind of, it just changes.
Well, I think once you lose $3,000 like Tilly, right, and then he gets it all back plus some, you're almost content with slowly just playing better quality hands, I guess, right? Because Preston's up $4,000, right?
Yeah, that's what it looks
He
like.
doesn't want to mix it up too much. He does straddle for 50.
Well, he really doesn't. He wasn't doing that before. Yeah, he's not afraid to put the straddle out there. But Chaz was much more active earlier.
For sure.
Yeah, he's also gotten some bad hands, just like King 3 and stuff. I think definitely if we see like maybe someone like Telly, if he gets like a really good hand,
Is that Doc playing?
Yeah, it is Doc.
he could possibly start playing more. I think once you get a little bit of momentum, you start playing like worse hands.
Hmm. Opening it up a little.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had pocket threes a couple times. But I think I've only had ace queen.
My whole lady
Best hand I've
screenshot.
seen is queen jack suited. Oh, I'm sorry.
Buddy, we made it. Oh.
Let's do it.
I don't think K-Mac looked at his hand.
Yeah, I think he just called blind.
No worries. That's my fault.
Gotta be in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see Preston prefers to take these good hands to flops.
Oh, speaking of,
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Like he'd rather raise with the queen 5 rather than like something like king 10 because king 10 has a lot more post flop playability. Wow, and we're gonna see a raise or a bet re-raise.
K-Mac hit top pair. Oh,
Re-raise.
he 3-bets. He just knows that he's. I mean, even if he's got king queen, he's winning right now.
Yeah.
What is Eddie's? Oh, he's got a gut shot.
Yeah, this is
I'm
gonna
trying
get
to
a
figure out
lot
what
of folds.
What his idea was. You
Oh,
see, he's
wow.
trying to set his price.
Yeah, Kevin's
Eddie,
hoping to fade a
with the
flush,
blocker
right?
bet.
He's hoping no diamond comes on the turn.
Yeah, he can't win.
Yeah.
He's thinking about lead jamming here.
Yep.
Wow.
He'll get called
Look at that.
snap calls.
He can't call quicker.
And he's drawing dead.
Absolutely.
And he'll say once or twice, and
Up to you. They can go 20 times.
it's twice that's happened to Preston. The guys jam, and then they say what once or twice, and he goes, whatever you want. I've got 2 pair, and they're like, you already have 2 pair. Yes, that's why I called.
There's no way he can win. No, I run it.
No, that's why if you're up against a flush draw, you want to fade that, right? Or open ender. You can determine what your equity is and how many times you want to.
$6,000 he's up.
Yeah.
That's because Kevin didn't look at his hand. He flops top pair. He's not folding now. He faded a straight card and flush draw, so he wants to put max value on Preston drawing to a better hand, which he had flopped it. So,
Yep.
Rudy, take this, buddy.
Holiday Bounty. This is our next big little get together. Our
Right
tournament
before
coming
Christmas.
up. December 14th to the 19th. $200,000 guarantee. Man, we just had a huge get together a couple weeks ago, and that was a huge success. So let's see if we can kind of get some of those people coming back out again. This is a $200,000 guarantee, but there are $200 bounties out there. There's 50 of them, right? I don't believe that's a. Oh, it's $52,200.
Yeah, all the day ones will be 50, and then I believe
Well, no,
day
it's
two will be
actually
Ah,
$200.
got it,
They're all
got
the
it.
same. Structure's all the same.
That's huge.
But
Yeah,
the
that
other
one's
game's
gonna be
called
really
the
fun.
bigger game, so.
The chip leader can really take
So
full
it's fun,
advantage on the final table with trying to get those bounties too.
And actually, by the
Yeah,
end of those
yeah.
streams,
There'll
they're
be a
as big
large,
as the Saturday
a large
stream.
portion of the. What was the buy-in? Did I miss it? Was it
$300.
300.
300.
How'd you end up?
Man,
Too bad it's not a progressive bounty. Holy moly.
I was down like 11 or 12,000 at one point.
You ever thought about playing Saturday or Friday?
I used to play
Yep,
'em.
Christmas,
Just the Saturday
holiday,
games got really tough.
tournament, bounty
There was a
tournament,
bunch of out-of-town
$300
pros.
buy-in, 40,000 chips.
Not worth
It
it.
wasn't fun, first of all, and second of all, I was probably a dog in this lineup, so it's just like,
Yeah.
I ain't trying to go today. I'm not trying to drive.
Looks
an
like
hour
Kevin
to
added
Boston
on another
play against a bunch of
2
pros.
dimes,
2K
maybe?
probably. Yeah,
To have a
he's.
separate
I
amount
think
here.
that's what he was doing, buying 2K at a time.
Well, one thing we thought was interesting, and as I thought he was going to do anyways, when he was in the stand-up game and bought him for $500, he was shipping $500
Yeah.
just to win the seat.
Well, he said he was going to do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
and even Telly,
Okay.
if you notice, where he lost that hand to Chaz, he had Chaz covered by about $60.
Right.
So he didn't. He was going to reload, and he thought, well, you know what? I can just play the stand-up game cheaply, get in, try to win the hand,
And then reload.
and yeah,
And he did,
which
right?
is exactly what happened.
He won the hand.
The strategery.
I love the original chicken sandwich at Burger King.
Oh yeah.
It's so
In the meantime, other people are trying to navigate their way with
like
their
Burger King fries.
$2,000 stacks.
Right, because
you know?
if Tilly doesn't jam with $68 or whatever, he's got 2,000. He might not play that hand. It might not win the seat.
Right.
So a lot of thought going into that one.
Yeah, and I'm curious where this goes when
If they look at his card,
we
then they
have
rattle.
K-Mac, who's lost like 2 buy-ins. Now he might be, a bit tilted. That could actually change the game a lot too.
It could.
Yeah.
I don't believe it will with him in particular. He's not that kind of a guy.
Oh, okay.
He'll, if anything, he's more prone. My read is that he's more prone to gamble it up even more.
He simply thought he had the best hand, and he wanted to hit Preston to pay the max value to draw to a straight or a flush.
Yeah, I think that's
That's all.
probably what it. There was it was an obvious combo draw out there, right? An open ender for a straight, and then the 2 diamonds.
Yeah, no, I feel like he is gonna definitely
Never
be
played professional
a lot more
basketball,
splashy now.
allegedly.
This board has only hit Ant-Man with his
Played
3.
college.
Not a premium.
Oh
He's
my
claiming the
God,
king,
yeah,
and that's
give
gonna
me
work.
my $50, $75 back. Nice one.
And Preston almost up 7K. Pretty nice.
I just wanted to get the straddle out.
And everybody's folded to Ant-Man every time he's bet. His image is that tight.
Anybody angle me like that?
Yeah, he was at the bottom of that pre-flop range data that we had, wasn't he? He was like
Yes.
at 6%.
Someone potted. Forget what I had, but I ended up
So
going
that'll
small
do
blind.
it.
When
That's
I looked back at the button, the
that's
guy
your
taking
scorecard,
it,
you know,
so it
for
looked like he just hit
how
one
tight you are
The dealer didn't catch
or
it.
how active.
And the guy ended up repotting, and I was like, hold on, call the floor. Yeah. Bullshit. Like, that changed the action completely. It's stupid. They run the board out, they get it all in free. They run the board out, he had double suited aces. I was like, that doesn't look shady?
I was gonna say, Preston's telling a really interesting story because everyone is riveted to except for Chaz. Chaz is just staring off into space watching the game.
It was fucked up.
John George has really been pretty quiet.
Is that a straddle?
Yeah, and John is one of the pros, so he's definitely like.
Well, the thing about John is that he knows his way around the cash game, but really his background is more tournament. He's more grounded in tournament play.
I don't know about Ray.
But he's been putting a lot of hours in out here on the cash tables.
Yeah.
Here at Rounders since he moved here, a lot more than before. So I think he's definitely knows his way around. But
He's a lot of fun to play with.
I've always liked the plays that he's been making on a lot of the spots. Especially earlier.
Chazzy with a big
On
ace.
the table when I stepped in it,
Hits his
before that,
king.
Dylan with 9-10 suited.
I feel like I wasn't there, but I like.
He 3-bet massive in the small blind for 3-3-50 and actually get back to like 8-25 with 9-10 suited. It's in like middle position. He tanked
I wouldn't mind a
flats,
check back.
and the
Yeah.
flop came jack 8-6.
The
10
Trapville
bucks,
is working.
He checks to me. I
So
jam,
one of the
says
reasons why
slip
he's
over,
decided it's
yeah.
okay to go ahead
he
and check
snaps,
back, even though it
it's
is rather
I was
it's
actually adding
rather
this
wet
favor,
board
even with
there.
him holding the king off in favor on the
2 cards of Broadway and 2 clubs,
kind of looked at me
but
weird.
he's blocking a lot of Broadway. He's blocking those
Gotta
things.
find some bluffs.
Yeah, there's definitely gonna
Small every time.
you're definitely gonna see a lot more bluffs when someone's tilted. Because I know we've all been there where we're tilted and we lost buy-ins and we just want to find the fastest way to get it back.
Poker stoved it real quick, and I was right. Yeah, I was supposed to call.
An ace would have been brutal.
So I didn't have to call.
Yeah.
That's what the mistake was.
But still gonna bet.
Undeterred, firing away. Chaz is gonna raise.
Well, K-Mac's putting him on a flush draw. You know what I mean? Because he's just called the turn, called the flop.
Yeah, and I actually wouldn't mind just a just call, but I definitely would like an all-in better.
So, you mean Chaz?
Yeah.
He's never just calling. He's raising for sure, and as we see, I believe he did go all in. Yeah, he's just posturing.
I definitely don't. I would definitely wouldn't blame just call. I think it's definitely not the better one. I like it. It really depends on the player to player.
In this situation, there's no reason to not raise.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no reason to not. He's definitely got. He's betting for value. He's thinking it's possible that K-Mac has a worse king, which he doesn't. He really has nothing. But Chaz doesn't know that.
But the way Chaz plays the hand, K-Mac's like he missed his flush draw and he's just trying to steal the pot. Because he just he called.
If K-Mac had like queens or jacks or something, you're right, JT. I think he might look him up. But he's got ace high. I mean, I would be shocked if he calls. I would eat this microphone.
Both your daughters in UH? No. One's over in Tennessee.
It depends on how many bullets he has left too.
Do we have salt and pepper back here? There's Cholula.
Well, he is getting.
You think it's gonna be tasty?
Oh, no shit. Nashville's nice.
He is getting 5-1, but yeah.
Well, you're just lighting money on fire if you call. He called? Oh, he didn't.
There's not a lot into it.
Oh wait,
Still
no,
has-
the pot was wrong. Okay. No, yeah, it gets a lot worse in that case.
There's a wide variety in Nashville.
Yeah, like if he has like a queen 10, let's say, or something like that, and he's really just, his read is that Chaz is just trying to buy the pot. That's fine. I would just be shocked if he called with an ace high.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that same spot for a bigger pot, and I called with something similar and was right. But you'd have to know if your opponent is capable of doing that, and not in that case with the SPR, it gets a little different. But I wouldn't blame a different if he ended up having like 1.8 to 2.2K instead of 1K, it becomes less crazy. But actually having less money becomes
Less
harder
money.
to call.
Steve Ballmer's a weird fucking guy.
Oh, and he's gonna shove. Oh no, it looked like he was shoving.
You ever seen
I thought him say all in.
video back in like 95 when Windows released like
I haven't seen that.
these
And
videos
everyone has
freaking
the
out
same
every
cards
day,
again.
Like, sweaty. Yeah, it's weird, dude.
What do you work? 19, 20 billion?
Worth a lot.
27 billion?
27 billion.
It'll definitely be a black queen and a black 7 on the flop, 100%.
Windows operating systems are worth it.
Told you.
Right there.
853 rainbow. It misses everyone.
Yeah, at a certain point, if you're over a certain point, it doesn't really matter. I'll roll it.
Yeah, it's funny because K-Mac can really rep this board.
If you're worth 1 billion or 10 billion, like, what's the difference? Like,
Does check it back. It's
I
interesting.
think that's really
for sure.
Telly's board there
unless you're
in the
Elon
big
Musk,
blind.
fuck up all
Yeah.
that.
It gets a little weird though, right? Those straddles.
That
Yeah, that's the
queen,
turn.
that queen, he decides to bet now. I think
Yeah,
best
Bezos got a
chance
lot
was
taken
for him
over
to do that on the flop.
But still, he's still
And
doing all right.
not just because Eddie happens to have a queen.
He's looking for a 9. The 9 to roll in there.
And you might think his jack is good, to be honest.
I wonder how much Tim Cook's worth.
A lot.
God, 75% or a little less.
More Balmer stuff going on.
I think Edward's going to find a call.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a call you want to make just with the queen.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if you show up with queen 7 here, you got to call, yeah.
Queen 10. I'm joking.
That's a good sized pot. 1.1K.
Super slow. I would have pulled the queen jack right
Yeah, it's 10 big blinds
You would have folded?
if you're playing 50, 100.
Queen jack's no good here. I would have bought it.
You feel like you are.
Yeah. But I already know. Very
Well,
believable.
it was for a while.
Tired of folding, huh?
Yeah, I think he would
That's either shove or fold with 2,000, huh?
I mean, at one point it was 2, 5, 10, 25, 250.
Yeah, somebody put 250 out there.
Yeah, Chaz. Ended up being blind versus blind
that
shove.
that was just like it's real life.
Everyone has 10 big blinds.
Suited days for John George.
Yeah, mama. I love you too.
K-Max got a playable hand. Oh, got a lot of diamonds this year.
Love you. Couple 4, 5 folds.
Taylor, did you fold?
Yeah, and some insane board coverage here. Pretty much,
Yeah.
someone's gonna hit some part of this.
Right.
No, never mind. Watch it come like 8, 10,
4, 6,
2.
10.
Yeah.
Well, even 4, 6, 10. That's K-Mac, right? Right
Yeah.
in the. Oh,
This is pretty
Or-
close to
yeah.
the worst part.
or Queen, Queen, Queen would be.
I'm surprised to see John continue here. I think I'd like to see him have a backdoor flush draw along with it, betting multi-way.
He did raise pre-flop, right?
Yeah,
So
he
just bet.
he does have a lot less jacks and a lot less queens. He has to have like ace queen. Now this hits him for sure, the king. So this is definitely well, actually it's a heart, so it ends up being worse, but it's definitely a turn card in which it feels like if you're betting the flop, you're trying to say you have kings or king queen. So I wonder if he goes for it. No, now he's going to go for a check check when he hits the 3. Either check check or an overbet. I'm not sure if you can go for thin value here. Oh, he goes for super thin value. I do like the sizing for the thin value. Yeah. Ooh, and he hit the 7.1K mark.
Mm,
Easy game.
it's a good night. It's going to be a good Christmas.
That's a lot of buy-ins for our holiday 200K bounty.
What are y'all's rules in the last game? So on that last hand, when he was saying that he had cards, and because I called him, I could.
Dang, I'm surprised John is almost up almost 1,000.
John George?
Yeah, I feel like he hasn't been in the mix too much.
Yeah, he's been pretty quiet. Oh,
He won early. He won early with the dirty diaper he won against Chaz.
Oh my bad! I thought I had. Yeah. Trying to get him out. Thought I had Jack Knight. I queen on my bad.
And Ant-Man's up 1,000 just by everybody folding every time he bets.
all the time in that spot.
If he leads out, they fold.
Spot to go like, oh, you got it. Like, like force her to make me reveal the winner. I was waiting for it, but I never got a chance.
Actually, yeah, I'll pay in a bit. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Ace Queen Jack hits Ant-Man and John George.
Yeah, and this was a straddle from John George. I believe so.
Looks like they've already acted. They're just waiting for.
Yeah, they're both watching.
No, I think the Deuce was waiting on something from back here. Programming.
This is the smallest pot we've had. I don't think I've seen a bet for 20 before.
Not very many. It's been pretty.
I misread. I thought John George was going to go all in, but he's changed his mind.
Three spades. Oh. Feels he's best. He's right.
He's that good.
Betting. Is he betting for value?
Yeah, I think that's
Or is he
thin value.
bluffing? 4 cards to Broadway.
Really, really hard for you to call.
Hard to tell.
I think he's targeting hands like 10-9 with the 10 of spades, or something like Jack X with the Jack of spades, or the
Yeah, but he was. John George was in the straddle, right? So
yeah.
it's pretty wide open. You could have King 4 there and have hit Broadway.
Yeah, a big part of like where you get long-term EV is just going for thin value, even in spots where it's like that dicey.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of crazy. I saw.
I believe that 100%.
Yeah, I saw a crazy
huge.
thin value spot. Someone did. It was in a big tournament. Someone did. It was like a 400K chip pot, and this guy did 180K on the river with 4 spades on the board, and got called. And he was thin valuing with 2 pair, and he actually got like the thin value. Yeah, and he was like actually purposefully looking for thin value in that spot, which is crazy because it's like the thing is that the only hands that really bet are bluffs. So then you actually end up getting called more because you have more bluffs. You're gonna get called more by the Jack 4, for example,
There are
because
four.
you have more bluffs.
You're saying there are 4 spades on the board?
Yeah, in this other spot, but even in that spot, like it ends up getting worse because more, like a hand like Queen 6 is gonna check more often to see their showdown value. So when they bet, it seems more like a missed spade draw than it does like a straight. So then you actually get more calls off of like a 10. Like I would call that bet more often with a Jack or a 10 than I would like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of another spot, but like there's some spots where it seems like pretty clear to call that would be actually worse calls, and then spots like that where they become better calls because you just don't see people bluffing there. I mean, like, other way around. You don't see people
Value
bluffing. Yeah, value betting, but
Value
yeah.
betting,
There's actually
Yeah.
there's a draw hand as well. So it's a split pot
Thin
hand.
value is something that a lot of people don't do,
And your best
which
PLO.
then leads them more
So you
towards
use back your
bluffs.
hand
I guess that's the better way to.
PLO and the other
explain
5 is
it.
draw hand. Yeah. You can scoop, but it's hard. And then there's other like variants of it. 49.
Came back in there with the 8-6 of diamonds from the hijack.
Yeah, and he only has 600.
But I mean, you can still have an edge. Like, you know, when
I
you
wonder
do
what he
draw
does
hands,
on
you
like
PLO
a 7 turn. Or this. I think this one is actually a more interesting
safe.
turn.
I wouldn't want to play that game before like putting it back full time learning about it.
They used to
He
run a
called the
360
150. I feel like he's thinking, he really thinks his hand is best. So
Yeah, and we're gonna see a lot of all-ins here.
yeah,
Yeah.
Chaz is just gonna move in.
Yeah, I mean, Chaz's going to do this with everything. I actually don't like having the 10 as Chaz, but it's not too important. It's just that you're blocking a lot of the draws. But at the same time, it's like
But if
sometimes
he's
you
in there
can
with
just do
the, but if he's in there with the 10 Jack, you know, he's got a better 10.
yeah.
You know, Chaz does. Oh, he laid it down.
Go one time.
Yeah, and that could be the problem of like calling such a big amount with
Yeah.
a short stack.
Yeah, I think I don't, obviously play it however you want, but I feel because that flop bet was a $150 bet, wasn't it?
Yeah. And
It's a significant portion of his stack.
yeah, and it ends up being that his SPR is 1-to-1 on the turn, so it's like you're always going to get shoved
And it was
on.
a deuce.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty good card if you think you're good on the flop. Unless was he just hoping, hanging in there to see if he hits his second pair?
Yeah, I think he wanted to see like a diamond or a 7, but
Like a plan B developing.
yeah, it's hard though. I mean, when you're that short, it's
It
like
is hard. I think that once you make the decision, I feel like you just got to jump in with both feet, unless he just clearly puts him on a king, in which case maybe don't call the flop.
Yeah, I think if the turn was a 5, he probably would end up calling.
Well, the last hand, of course, Chaz shows him the ace king, which had him totally dominated. We had the ace deuce. So now, with the king out there and Chaz shoving on him, he's saying he's got to have the best hand, where he didn't.
Yeah,
You know, so
that dynamic does happen a lot.
that's showing the ace king that time. You know, does plant that seed. Ant-Man has a big hand.
This is the first big hand versus big hand we've seen, and Telly has really just been limping a lot of these ace queen ace jacks. Did he end up folding?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's clear that he doesn't really like those kind of hands. It was unfortunate. I think if you saw the hands, you'd be like he limped the ace jack and ace queen like 3 times, so it was like, ooh, and he might be kicking himself over the.
Well, I think he shoved with an ace 7.
Yeah.
You know, in a stand-up game.
Yeah.
But that was different. He was still willing to gamble back then. He's ahead right now, so
Yes, he's winning.
he doesn't need to gamble anymore.
Yeah. No, I mean,
I'm not saying he's locked up the chips. I'm just, he's not going to be fighting for as many pots as he was earlier in the stream.
for sure. Chaz thinking about with the backdoors.
Chaz got some backdoors.
Yeah, and this is a call, and I think he's going to be bluffing any club turn and any heart turn.
Yeah, heart. He's got a 7, a 10.
Club turns specifically are going to be the ones he's going to want to. This is such a.
And it hits him his second card.
Almost sometimes you can almost. I mean, I think he's going for a check raise line, but I think it's going to often go check
It's
check.
out of position, so yeah.
Yeah, and I think he's going to lead pretty big on this river, regardless of what it ends up being.
$1.4K in the middle.
This is definitely the type of run out in which it makes sense to lead big because you don't want checks.
He's all in.
Yeah. And it makes complete sense. Chaz is really good at it's insane to me that he's not studied because he's really good at these spots. Like, these spots are really indicative of, like, where he is. I think he's a super field-based player, but it's really cool to watch.
Man, the max pressure with this bet.
Yeah, and Chaz is such a Chad. Change his name
does
to
that
Big
mean?
Daddy Chad.
Why?
Chad is like you haven't heard of there's like a meme. There's like I forgot what the other name of some.
He gets it through.
Yeah, he gets it through. Chad is just someone who like walks through life like big buffed, like like doing their own thing all the time kind of guy.
Like a bull in a china shop?
Kind more like
or just like a blessed...
like David Hasselhoff is a Chad. I guess that would be.
Oh, so he's got big hair
I'll even,
and a car that talks to him?
It's weird because Chad can be a good thing and a bad thing. I'm saying it in the nicest way possible. So there's definitely a lot of descriptions of it. It's definitely a new age meme. But
I was just say I would just call him the Beast.
We got the straddle.
yeah, that's basically what a Chad is. The Beast.
Well, he's got the Virgin Mary on his side.
Oh, does he
On
does he
his
wear
hat,
a?
on his hat? It's
Oh,
the Virgin Mary
really?
on the Spurs hat. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
right there. Got a little glimpse of it.
Does he have like a sticker or is that part of the hat?
It's part of the hat.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's funny.
Some gentleman yesterday said he got top of flag.
Yeah,
Got in his car.
you're such a Chad.
Shoot.
Chad Hunter in the chat.
Oh, is Chad in there?
Yeah.
What's up, Chad?
I didn't miss last hand. I was here.
I'll straddle.
The hand?
I'll straddle if you post.
That's fine.
He's missed one hand.
Yeah, I missed the hand. I was going that long.
Somebody go ahead and flop it without deuce 4-3.
Okay.
I check. He checks.
Yeah,
There you go, Chad. Talk to him. Say that face to face. No, I'm just kidding.
Chad, you got to get me a description of what Chad means.
Oh, he knows. Chad? Are you familiar with the Chad? Is it
He's got to be.
The
He's a
Chad.
video game guy, too. He's got to know what a Chat is.
so? It's a video game term.
Kind of. It's like I would say it's more of a Twitter. It was like maybe like 2012, 2013 Twitter.
Twitter wasn't even around back then.
It was in the infancy stage.
It looks so good. It looks so good.
Yeah, I think I was in high school when it came out, so it sounds about
You
right.
weren't even born yet.
No, I wasn't born in 2012 yet. I'm the 10-year-old prodigy on the mic.
Yes, you are.
I'm not even that far from. Oh, he is familiar with the internet usage of Chad.
I don't even want the egg rolls.
I mean, if your name is Chad, you got to be familiar with the description of it. Ooh, we got some strong hands for this crowd here.
Yeah, I'm done with it.
Some back doors. Yeah, I wonder if John's image of just betting on board is going to get him any action here.
Had to get some redemption.
Here,
Like king, queen.
Big Daddy Chaz says,
Nice.
I think it's kind of funny. I don't know if funny is the right word, but it is
Hey, Mac, you here to stand-up game? You here to stand-up game?
a bit surprising that the hand that I got felted on
You wanna put the button?
wasn't a hand that was like, like me having a big, let's say ace king, flopping top pair,
He legit
and
has
then
that knee.
losing to a crappy 2 pair, like 8-3. You know what I mean? It happened to be, 2 premium hands,
Yeah.
aces versus kings. And, that's something that happens all the time. But the way that the action was going, I think it's almost like it would have been more likely for a bad, like a nasty beat to have occurred.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's the thing about poker is like, you don't see that variance until you put so many hours in, and then it's like, that's actually why I stopped playing myself for a long time, was just like, I couldn't handle, I couldn't,
losing.
No, I
Yeah.
mean, that's what happens. You start playing so your style or what you think you can beat everybody at, and it like sometimes just it runs over you. Like, why am I losing when I make this bet and they should be folding?
Without fail.
well, a lot of variant, I mean, live poker, it's hard to put the amount of volume you need as like a pro, because you're one person, you can't play a million hands, and
But yeah, your sample size is whatever your sample size is. So yeah, you're going to have fluctuations with whatever data set that you're dealing with.
yeah,
But within that data set, you have to make your best decisions that you can.
yeah,
It's less expensive.
There's lots of different thoughts that go into each decision that you make, whether it be just purely mathematical. We got a good hand
We got
here.
a big hand right here because Tilly has the ace jack with the top pair, top kicker, and Eddie's got queens,
and it's a stand-up game.
and it was 400 pre-flop.
Yeah, this is getting in for sure.
Be careful. Yes, sir.
Oh, they're still pretty deep though.
Oh, it went check.
Next.
Mm.
400.
Wow, I'm wondering how.
He's open-ended and an overpair to the board. So that's
Oh, and he just calls the 400
He
here.
just called it. Surprising.
He's probably a little shooken from the last few
Oh.
hands. And this might go check.
Wow, what a turn.
I don't think it's likely.
Ooh, definitely a spot where he could have got full stack, but regardless, wins and gets to stand or sit down.
Yeah, the flop with a turn. If there's any jam, there's the other guys calling 100%.
I woke
on the flop or
Yeah,
turn.
yeah, flop or turn.
Yeah.
Okay, like you're saying, your aces versus kings hand,
Yeah.
right? You can never get away from it. It doesn't
Right.
matter what the board is, unless it's an ace high board.
Right. I kind of expect I guess what I'm saying is, with the way that they were playing, I really kind of expected to lose with something I never saw coming. I never suspected. You know what I mean?
Right.
If you have kings, you're going to lose to a set or aces. That's it. There's not too many ways to lose to kings. And it's not like there was a straight ran out or anything like that. A weird straight.
Well, it looks like so far K-Mac is throwing the party tonight. He's down 5.2K.
Oh no! Please vote. Please vote.
And they're doing a stand-up game. So, do you think they're still doing the $50
It's hard to
penalty,
say.
or
No, there's no telling. There is more money on the table, so it's possible that they've amped
to
it up a
100?
little bit.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think if you get felted and you've gone felted like for the 4th time? For example, in K-Mac's shoes, like if you were to get felted right now and then lose the stand-up game, do you think he's required to pay the stand-up fee?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
that's
But
just part of the game.
I heard of someone getting felted and then going to an ATM to get the money to pay everybody and then leave.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's what Chaz was saying that happened, and the guy paid everybody in 20s because that's what he got out of the ATM.
Yeah. See, we did like
So,
a super
yes.
impromptu one. I wasn't sure because I busted. I didn't have any more cash one time. But
Yeah.
we were still like 6 people standing.
Yeah.
So I left, but I didn't know, like,
What do you mean?
that-
You busted? Oh, well, that's different because if you're out, you're out. But you weren't the last person standing, right?
Oh,
Sure he
okay,
is.
no,
Sure he
no,
is.
no,
if
no,
he
no.
leaves,
So that's what I'm saying. Is
You're
like,
guaranteed to be the last person
that's
standing.
that's a different scenario. I don't know about that one.
If you bust and
I mean,
leave,
if you lose and you lose on the last hand and you're the last person standing, for sure you owe.
oh
But
yeah,
that's interesting. I don't know about that one, Ethan.
I wasn't sure
if
either.
You can just call.
Floor.
Oh, never mind, guys. I'm out. If I would have won, yes, I would take your
I
money.
think you need to start
but I-
Venmoing some people.
That's that's
What
a
was
good
the
one.
what was the penalty?
like $5-10, so
Oh,
something
okay.
really small. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a 1-2 game, and like half of the people couldn't even stand. So it was because it was like a lot of them were older and didn't want to like stand for, what could be an hour.
But the person.
Sounds like a good idea.
Next round. But the person.
Yeah, right.
Ooh, and Preston waking up with kings in the stand-up game.
Don't
That's so
do it.
sick.
Don't do it, Preston.
Ooh, this could be big. And Telly re-raises 400 with the king queen.
Did he really?
Yeah,
Did he really?
I saw 4 blacks out there.
You're right. 400. So he doesn't want just change. Preston's not going to wait. He's going to make it 1,200.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think based on how Telly plays, it might just be a call, but
He's folding.
Oh, he's going to get out of there for sure.
Oh,
He's
he does
definitely
fold.
changed gears. He has changed gears for sure.
yeah, I'm surprised when you go to 400. Only thing I'd be afraid of is like, I don't know.
Yeah, you got to remember he's in for $6,000 now. Right?
Yeah.
He's gotten back. He got felted for 3, and he's got back, half of that. So he's still up.
No, he's
still
down.
down 1,500.
Yeah.
But you don't want to risk it with King Queen.
He's probably at about 4,000 now, so he may be down 2K right now. In fact, he's adding it up right now.
I do it to myself.
335.
Like any kicker that hasn't missed a kick in 30 foot. I'll take a walk. As soon as the announcer says,
Oh yeah. I forgot I was like that.
hey, you good?
ooh, and Preston getting ace king. Oh my gosh. When you're hot, huh?
The run good continues.
He came back with a suited king. Well, I guess he's not. Maybe folded.
Little double D.
Eddie with the playable hand.
See that movie 300?
Oh, yeah.
John George, did he really call?
Yeah, he's been playing hands like that.
Yeah. And it is the stand-up game, so you're incentivized to.
Eddie flops good because Preston catches a king.
That is a good flop for Eddie. He's going to try to see a turn card as cheaply as possible.
Yeah, it's definitely rough though when you have the image of like checking down the queens, for example. When you do hit, it gets a lot harder to get paid off in this spot. But you can bluff this spot a lot more too. So if he can kind of take advantage of that, it's definitely good. Ooh.
That's the bad card.
That's a bad card. Top pair for Preston, and Eddie just leads out.
Oh, yeah, Preston.
is
No, Eddie's going to lead out with a straight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Wow,
honestly,
that's right.
he might just call. I think he just calls this as Preston.
Yeah, Preston's probably going to call. That's what I'm saying. It's a costly card. Yeah, he probably doesn't make any money on an 8, but the king is perfect.
Correct. Yeah, you're right. He can't beat a pair, so he can't call there.
Yeah, if he could find like bluffs in other spots, he could check raise that spot more. But I like the lead out with his image. A lot of times the reason that you get paid on check raises is if you develop like the image to have bluffs in that spot.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard when I think Preston, if Preston were to go like 300 and get check raised, he probably folds.
I think if Eddie checks there, Preston checks back.
I agree with you.
He has showdown value.
I
is
don't
it-
think. Yep, he's got showdown value. He's only going to get called by something better.
But that's the same spot as like the ace king, the king 10 one with Mac.
K-Mac?
Yeah.
Damn, thought you were gonna fold.
I wonder how Telly plays this one. I definitely could see a raise. It does call.
Where he's 3-bet call.
Hope I win.
All right. So Telly raised, Chaz 3-bet, Telly calls. So Chaz, this board is more in Chaz's range. Chaz is claiming the ace. Telly actually has the ace. So this small little probe bet by Chaz is designed to find out, how, if it did hit Telly.
Exactly.
Chaz knows.
The perfect bet.
Now he's got a gutter.
Yeah, it probably goes check check.
I agree. I think it's probably going to go check check.
He does have the
Because
eight of
Telly
hearts.
doesn't know how good his ace really is.
You're right. When Chaz is trying to figure out where he's at, he bets 50. Right? Now he's up to 225.
He still doesn't think he has the best hand, but he's setting the price for his river, I believe.
Yeah, I actually expected a. Oh, whoa.
Thought he was going to fold.
Yeah,
I
for a
did
little
too.
bit.
I did too. But he might be posturing.
I was expecting from Chaz a check on the turn and then overbet river depending on run out. Well, almost regardless of run out, but definitely on hearts.
Remember, this is stand-up action, though, guys. So there's another dynamic,
Yeah,
Deuce.
that's really bad for Chaz.
It went check, check.
Oh, good
Yeah,
check.
he had to call off.
Yeah, you win.
Kelly would.
Day plus today, baby.
Yeah, Chaz had to abort the mission.
Yeah,
He had evil intentions in mind.
yeah, that definitely would have been a good river to kind of have no bluffs in. Like he could bluff more because there's no bluffs. Yeah, and we have our holiday bounty coming up. 200K guaranteed, y'all. $300 buy-in, $50 bounties for the day ones. But on day 2, it's $200 bounties every time you get it. You get a lot of chips to start 40K with 30 and 40-minute levels. Tons of playability. It's going to be 9 day 1 flights, December 14th through December 19th. And there's actually going to be one on our day 2, in the morning of our day 2, as well as the night before. There's going to be, I believe, 3 total ones on Saturday of that night. So it's going to definitely be an awesome one to come out for. Actually, I believe Mephisto might be coming out for that.
Don't know who that is.
He's a high stakes grinder for ACR. I believe he's on ACR. but he's a streamer.
I need some.
I'm just trying to look down at something decent.
That's all good.
Ooh.
Preston's up to 10K.
Set mining.
Something decent.
You folded?
Throw it all in.
Still.
I might double up and get you to that.
That's a good board for Preston.
Yeah, did the king queen fold?
Yes. I don't remember who had it, but Chaz bets 100 into, was it 282? Okay, 382. All right. So a quarter pot.
Oh, Mephisto is an elite stormer, which is a one step below full sponsorship. So I guess someone like, so is Drew on elite stormer or is Drew full sponsorship? I don't know how any of that works.
I am full sponsorship from ACR as well.
Drew's the dude.
I mean, I put in my money and they take it, so I'm sponsoring them.
Yeah, Drew's the dude. He's the
guy. He's the dude.
Mm-hmm.
No, when I say buffering, it's like
There ain't no mountain high enough for Drew. Yeah, I'm curious with this 100% C bet that Chaz does. Oh, wow. Brutal. He's just going to have to call a river bet here. Chaz is going to go on the larger side end for
I
sure.
think so.
900 or over?
He may
or
go
1300.
like 13, 1400.
I wouldn't even be surprised to see
1500.
like
I said 1,000. You said 1,200.
yeah, I like an overbet. Get snap
Oh my
called.
gosh!
I mean, you have to call a fates.
Good hand, but
It's brutal. Chaz literally never has a jack here, except for this.
What do you mean? He has it right there, 100%.
You're right. No, that's really unlucky for Preston.
Well, Chaz was leading. He was being checked to the whole way. So.
Yeah. Yeah, as played,
Yeah, make
Chad
sure you
should
fill it
almost
bags.
never have a jack, which is why he snap called. But I mean, it's good recognition to snap call in that spot. It's weird though, cause like I was kind of saying it before, but as much as overbets should be bluffs a lot of the time, they don't tend to be. I feel like it's really hard to find good overbet bluff spots on the river.
there's a live stream here like every day. No, well, I don't know.
But what's actually really cool is I think Chaz kind of lines up an image that he's going to overbet rivers as a bluff because he overbets turns, so that when he actually overbets rivers, he ends up getting a lot more calls because people think, oh, well, he's overbetting the river. I mean, the turn so much with
Yeah,
bluffs.
he's polarizing his bet, and he's mixing it well. So sometimes it's with air, and sometimes it's, or not necessarily air, but with a bluff, and sometimes for value.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think he definitely does it more as bluffs on turns rather than rivers, but it's just fun to see. Like it's pretty cool to see how he's mixing it up again because he
A lot of
Wow.
deuces.
3 deuce for the Johns.
John George has played 3 deuce twice tonight and been very successful with it.
He's good at that hand, huh? 282 in the pot. What's somebody already bet in front of him? Ant-Man
Yeah.
made it 80. John George wastes no time in raising.
Oh yeah,
Or-
that happened to me the last
It's
time.
a simple
I thought that was
call.
a black. I thought I saw a black chip.
Ooh. I can see Eddie's cards when he's doing that.
Came back short stacking, dude.
Okay.
What's up, Zoe?
Yeah, this one's going to be a hard one. I guess on non-diamond turns,
It's 'cause it's so far
Ant-Man's
behind.
going to continue betting.
Y'all two. I'm watching you and y'all two hand right
Oh.
now. Jack versus Queen.
Okay, go keep betting, Ant-Man.
Yeah, this
That's
is
a
one
good
that he
turn
wants
for-
to. Yeah.
And now John should just call 100%, right?
362. So what did he bet? Like
And now we
250,
need,
140.
well, we don't need anything, but I think if he doesn't catch an ace or a 4, he's going to
Yeah, that's a good
shut it down.
card, I think, for
I like betting
Ant-Man
here.
to continue.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, man, he's 500.
Yeah, because he puts John George on a diamond draw
This is the
possibly.
first time he got out of line tonight.
Really good here.
I think it's a good bluff line. I mean, the problem is that you're with ace high, you're beating all the flush draws, so there's not much that you're trying to get to fold except for a 7. But regardless, I mean, it sort of makes
Look
sense.
at John
Do I
George.
really
He
have a
really
fu-
doesn't know what to do.
Do I really have a
He's
full
thinking,
house?
I don't know. Should I call? When in doubt, just raise.
Yeah, and man went for it.
That man
It
can't
was
fold fast enough.
it was a good try at a bluff, and honestly, I wouldn't blame him to call this raise either. This raise looks super bluffy as well.
What's going on, man? Welcome.
And John George, how's that look? Please call. Oh, we got a new player coming to the table.
I mean, John can do this with a hand like 10 king of diamonds, but he's going to do it a lot less. But with the stand-up game, it becomes really weird dynamic where John is going to be bluffing more in this spot.
The biggest winner. Preston.
They've gotten really lucky besides the hand with check.
I actually do think he's contemplating an actual call. I don't think this is posturing.
And this ain't even PLO. What
Does
the
fold.
fuck is going on?
Wish I didn't have to show you, but
I'm getting flipped.
How much you went for?
Oh, and Ant-Man lost the stand-up, so it is $50.
Oof.
the stand-up game.
And that was probably in part why you might have wanted to call with the...
That's him.
Thank you.
The thing is, if you call and you're wrong,
Didn't we say it was 100?
you lose that bet that you're calling,
Stand-up game you ever played?
and you still have to pay the penalty for the stand-up game. Who's this gentleman?
Joey.
I don't recognize him, but he
I
bought
don't
it for
know him.
1,000. Looks like.
Young man. Four-handed.
Welcome to the stream.
It lasted 3 hands.
So sick.
Utah lost 15,000.
Kind of looks like he might
Insult
do
to
a pretty
injury.
good Santa Claus
Some people like with
impersonation. I like
$1,000.
your wife. That's a cool
Yeah.
looking beard.
You're still incentivized to go all in. You know?
Yeah, you could definitely be
The
a...
last name was really Utah and.
Hey, what table we
a
gonna
good
do?
Santa.
Find out. It's gonna be back here, but Jack's over there counting money.
So sick. That count money where?
Right there.
Let's see. His name is
This table,
Oh, that's the money.
Will. Will.
play at the PLO table. I mean, I said the PLO table.
Let's see if he can will some wins into existence.
Will calls
Oh,
25.
okay, yeah.
That's the only thing.
Do you think he will call the next bet?
He will.
I'm willing to guess.
Yes.
Willing to make a wager.
Hell, you're playing, right?
Eddie's raising to 175 with his suited ace. Will's first test.
I see Chaz eating. I have to mention I did have the Rounders special, the old one, the grilled blackened chicken with
Yeah.
the cheese. Oh my gosh, it was perfect.
Ooh.
It was
Good eats.
perfect.
Look at this flop. Got shot for Will.
Nut flush
Same
draw.
gut shot for Eddie, but he's got the flush draw.
Things have changed now, guys.
So Eddie really
There's a
likes his
minimum
hand right
player
now.
dependent.
Yeah, there you go. But no one's gonna sit down and we don't want.
I'm so curious what Will does.
Will's coming in cold, so he really, needs to try to get a read on the table.
Yeah.
It's hard to make a soul read when you're just, you're just looking at your first 2 cards.
Give me 1 second. Let me finish my food real quick.
Last hand will be a long pot. Right here? No, not right now. But there will be a lag.
We'll shut you down.
Oh, did I kill the wrong one? I killed the wrong one.
Oh,
Is that better?
I think I'm still alive.
Yes.
And Preston, Chaz, and John George, the only ones in the red. But Will just got there. Eddie's about even.
February. Junior? Measuring long. No, it won't be a junior, but name's gonna be
Eddie only lost 40 big blinds, but it seems like a small amount based on the size of the betting.
There's my buddy Calvin. If you guys know Calvin, he plays Big O every single day here. But he sees Will playing Holdem. He's thinking about joining the game.
You think he walked over to make sure Will didn't get lost? Went to the wrong table? You're supposed to be playing with us. K-Mac with a playable hand.
Don't talk about yourself like that, man.
I'm gonna get it back in PLO.
Preston's little thumbnail image of him looks like he's on a trading card.
Right.
So is Ant-Man. Sevens for Ant-Man. Didn't get Preston's cards scanned. King 10 Jack. 2 clubs. Preston's on the button.
2/3 pot.
We'll drop a C bet out there. Overcards to the other guys. They'll probably just fold, get out of the way, wait for a better spot.
Good. That's the crazy thing.
You do good at the other table?
Yeah. Who, him? Yeah.
Think so.
5,200?
At the other table?
125. Yeah.
Oh, y'all went half of that Yankee?
Yeah. I was at four apiece. 800. I bought it.
And you won 52?
Guys, now.
Let's see. Anybody have anything to say in chat? Did you guys, I'm sure you did, you got some likes. Did you recruit some likers out there? Any likers out there? Breaker19 out on YouTube, Chatville.
Yeah, Breaker 19. Come on in.
Get some likes, please, if you don't mind. Entertaining game going on.
Great game going on. These guys are making
So
some
fun.
moves.
So fun.
The stand-up game's very expensive. Of course, also is having aces versus kings. No, you're good. You're good.
You're good.
You're good. You just sit there and be quiet.
Did you just
No,
muzzle?
Ethan's coming back on, guys. He's enjoyed his dinner. Ethan, you're hot.
Should I whisper? Oh, we got some great hands going to a flop here.
We don't want them before.
They were suited.
I feel like I should have come in later. This game has really calmed down quite a bit.
It was Jack King and something like that. And I thought he did
Hey, there's still a chance. There's still a seat out there.
Did he?
Right?
Let me knock on the door, see if there's any any funds available.
Back me. I'll go
That's
play.
it.
Hey, you only need 1,000. Just go all in every hand.
That's the first time I've ever, well, actually, that's not the first time. That's the second time I've ever taken put a little piece of myself out there. Once in a tournament, once today, at cash. And that was only to fill a seat for tonight.
Yeah, I got super lucky when I came here when I wasn't commentating and jumped in the tournament. Ended up booking second place.
Yeah, that was me. I got you in there, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm a good game picker, except for today.
What about Sunday?
Yeah.
How'd you do?
Yeah,
Was it a full table? I didn't even know.
it was.
Oh, nice. We had a stream Sunday night where Rude played in the Melee tournament. Was it still 100?
No, we
200.
doubled it. Yeah, it was a double buy-in.
So it was 200?
200.
So that's why people didn't do triple bullets.
Well, I don't think that's the reason why. I think it's more because the blinds were so high.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, if
You
when you
got-
rebuy at 20K and the blinds are at 2K, you're coming in with 10 big blinds or less.
That's what I'm saying. For $200, the value's not there to do a triple bullet that late in a tournament. You'd have to have like a.
I mean, you got to think about you have to have some chips to play with, right? It's not just that the buy-in was so much. It's really more that because you have to think about all the other buy-ins that were in there. That made a larger pot. It was in there to play for.
Sure.
So
we got
that's
sick turner.
okay. It's just the playable stack. It's just not a value.
Yeah, Will floating here with the King 7 suited. Gonna end up turning a flush draw, which can. If it's a king on the river, that'd be really, really good for a while.
Oh, it's
Art,
worse.
it's there.
Yeah,
Preston
and
will just shut that down.
wow, good check by Preston. That's
Yeah.
actually a spot where I thought he would go for. I thought he would go for a thin value, like
There's more than one draw that got there.
yeah, but you're not supposed to really think about backdoors as much. You-
Except that when you can't just be thinking of things like GTO and game theory. You also, people play exploitatively also.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Seat 9 Will is also, he's not necessarily taking, maybe he's not taking the best line. And so you've got to be aware of people who aren't taking the right line also. You know what I mean?
Of course, that's very much not GTO going for thin value there.
Yeah.
Thin value is mostly exploitable or exploitative play there when your opponent's calling you with King 7 of Hearts on a board like that on 3-2 and 9 spades, 2 spades, then they're gonna have more often a 9 instead of what he ends up having, right? Because if he's calling you if he's floating with that kind of hand, then he's gonna be calling you with 9-8 or 9-10.
Yeah, 9-10 of hearts, or 9, 7-9 of hearts, or I can't remember all the cards that were out there.
Well, you most likely are going to put him on 2 overcards on the flop, right? Versus having a 7 in his hand. But now when he turns a heart draw, he's never folding.
Mm-hmm.
His hand has more equity now.
He's sneakily been in the league for a long time.
Well, the flop bet was like 75,
And what was the main pot?
like 125 or so.
Right. I don't know why he called there, but you're expecting him to have 2 overcards, right? But now when he gets the heart turn, he has more value to catch a heart or a king. So he has more outs to win that board. Which what was the turn bet
I was trying to remember I think it went check, didn't it?
on the turn?
I'm not sure about that.
That's a sick card.
No, the turn was a bet.
Chaz has a big hand.
The river went check. K-Mac just hasn't made hands tonight. He's had draws and he had the best pair, but he got counted
Yeah,
on the
well,
turn.
Chaz has a draw too, but there are draws and then there are draws. And
Brutal.
there's a draw that K-Mac may not have necessarily seen coming,
Yeah.
and I think he's going to get called by Chaz, depending on the size. 400.
Chaz is just giving him a. If you got it, you
He's
got
going to
it.
start laughing.
Got there on the turn.
One for the good guy.
Brutal turn, brutal river.
Oh, he didn't have a flush draw. I thought he had. Oh,
Yeah, Jack
Chaz had the flush draw.
Yeah, Chaz
My
did.
goodness. How did he miss that? Wow.
He was way ahead,
Way ahead.
almost 9 to 1.
Cash me out, dude.
Chaz is disgusted.
Chaz says, I'm the only one that can make hands here.
Really?
25-50 straddle's going. They think Rudy's coming back.
Really?
Preston is just feeling himself. He's just having a great night. Things are going well for him. He's playing well.
He's up 5,000. Up 5,000
More.
No, he lost that big hand to Chaz
Is it a seat open?
with the jack on the river
Oh,
to make nines full. So he lost
Okay.
1,500 in that hand,
We don't have too much longer, but
or more because they're the betting.
I don't care.
We can't play back here. Yeah, but
we could, but the PLO game
and I'm going to see a low.
He was up
Telly.
7. I think he lost 2 in
yeah,
that hand.
Telly's topping up.
Uh-oh.
And when you get to play it, dude, everybody I want as much money on the table. Dude, trust me, Chillo didn't do big.
It's gonna be interesting. Straddle versus straddle. I don't think he saw his hand again.
Yeah, you want 3,000. Play like this is 3,000 quick.
Based on his cards, I think I agree with you.
yeah, no,
Yeah, Preston.
40 minutes or whatever he said.
Yeah, it's up 5K, you're right.
I'm not against it, man.
Kind of take it down though. Nice bet.
Mm-hmm.
He's definitely going to gamble.
He's definitely gonna count.
That's for sure.
Shot up below.
We're gonna let him in there. Don't let him in this hot seat. Just don't hot seat. You wanna get out the seat?
I
Oh,
mean,
money you
I'm
done-
stuck to this reader.
Yeah, Rudy ran pretty hot.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
For
Rudy was-
5,000 or whatever.
No, I
That
thought
was
it was
supposed to be
his
Setty's
seat.
seat. This was supposed to be Setty's.
Poor Rudy, he's the one.
If you guys are wondering how
No,
Chris is counting the money, he puts out in stacks of 500 where the camera can see
Damn, dude.
all the money to make sure that there's no accidents by overpaying or underpaying a customer.
No misunderstanding of the
Yeah.
amount of the buy-in.
So everybody can see exactly how many hundreds and clearly view of the cameras. Great job, Chris.
Yeah, great job all night tonight, Chris.
Someone's got to win and someone has to not win.
He's gonna play 2 stacks. 2 hands. You.
Well, when you raised with kings and he shoved, I knew you were going to fold, but you didn't. I said, oh, yeah. I said, Ethan, he's folding here. He knows he's up against aces. I said,
I
he's
don't
played,
know how he would ever fold.
he's played 100,000 hands or more. He knows he's up against aces.
Probably never.
Probably never.
Kings have been pretty brutal to me. That was my bust out hand in the main event. Or, yeah, the main here.
There's some people that lost with the kings before,
Yeah, it's happened before.
the main event.
SETI in the main. and
Our buddy.
WSOP, yeah.
Our friend. So sad that
I mean,
day.
they don't-
It
you
wasn't
don't-
just for him, it was for me. My heart was broken too.
Oh, yeah, he had the
I wanted to see such a deep run for that guy.
half the city, riding behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. If not all the city.
No, just half.
125.
I talked to most of them.
Did you?
Just 50.
Man.
I talked to
You
everybody,
talked to them twice.
and nobody wanted him to win.
I'm so done with this game. I'm ready for the next game.
I'm kind of tired tonight. I did count to infinity twice today, so
My money on 50 draws.
How long did that take?
That's why I see.
not as long as I thought.
Yeah. Every time somebody tells me to straddle, every time somebody tell me to straddle, my first call was a deuce or a trade. And it hadn't said, and I would have straddled. So the next hand I straddled.
Ant-Man. It's 20,
Hey, listen,
also
man,
25
how you gonna lose
out
when that
there.
man-
You guys are doing great in Chatville. Thank you guys for chatting with us.
What they say, 24
Ethan's
31
reading the
shots
chats.
scored?
Appreciate all you guys out there. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Rudy did go out there and play for you guys tonight. He did his best, and he would like to have 2,000 likes.
Yeah, 2,000 yes, 2,000 likes in the form of white chips.
No, I don't want it. So you got to take a shot.
400 red chips.
Is there someone else coming in? I see some chips from your old spot there.
Oh,
Rude.
good. Come on in, guys.
Man, anytime a black person walks through the door, you know they know.
It's 3,000, looks like.
Play come into play.
Coming in for the max.
Where's AB at?
AB's taking a little break right now. He'll be done. I mean, that's it. We're gonna be fine. Everybody here should be running. I mean, I don't.
Tennessee said he wants to play.
Oh yeah, Tennessee.
Oh, I already told him. A beat in Tennessee's on my list.
Straddle?
Oh, damn, my bad. I said I would. See, if you hadn't said that, I would have woke up this deuce every time.
Deuce of hearts.
Deuce of hearts. How you doing?
Raise.
Big space.
Ooh, Chad's getting
Yeah, I'm not ready.
crazy with the 4 deuce.
How many people I got on the list?
Look at all these hands are very playable.
Yeah. Will with the infamous Jack 4.
Okay, Matt gets rid of his 6-3 off, but the other ones. So Will is playing the Jack 4.
Big old table.
That's a fun flop. I feel like everyone got a little piece. Flop backdoors.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Ant-Man with the gut shot, 2 overs, and the backdoor flush draw. John George obviously pair 10s. But look at the equities for Ant-Man and John George. Very, very close.
Chaz is up there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No pair, well, he has to turn and draw. What he needs is the 5 of spades.
And Chaz is the one who's betting.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm surprised that he bets this exact board 5-way. Ooh,
There
but
you go.
he turns
Easy money.
That's actually such an insane card because Will turns top pair, John turns open ended, Ant Man turns top pair in gut shot, and Chaz turns a flush draw. This is insane. That's like such a crazy card.
I ain't. He came to me and Calvin game the last 2 times.
Going for a big size in it. Ant Man's gonna be jamming here most likely. It's definitely one of the cards that if you called the flop you want. Then again, maybe he just wants to hit a 9 or get out. But
Yeah, he can't. I don't think he can call here, right? With 8:42 behind. It's either a shove or fold.
yeah, you generally don't want to be just calling here.
Hell no, Clay. You see, the color's too bright tonight.
He does it. You read him like a book, Ethan.
Heidi ho.
It does get the 10-9 to fold. I do think Will is in a really rough spot here. Kind of what can happen if you play hands like Jack 4, but he makes a good
Yeah,
fold.
I agree. You put yourself in tough spots when you choose to play hands like that.
Yeah.
And Chaz can't fold for this.
Nah, getting a million to 1 here. He always calls.
Signified by a single white chip.
Yes.
That's rude.
Oh.
Hey,
Who had the 10? Someone had a 10.
John.
Oh.
What do you do if someone makes a 12 line on the turn? What I was
Checking over the chat, Clint is asking, my main event, Kings, was on the small blind. I was actually in the big blind on that one. It was an interesting hand. I ground my stack all the way up. I came from almost nothing, from dust all the way to 350K. And the guy with a huge stack at my table was raising 70% of his hands, as he should. He was an overwhelming chip leader at our table.
Yeah.
And he was on the button and raised, and I looked down at Kings in the big blind, and I decided to just smooth call behind, and we are heads up, and the flop is King 10 Jack.
Yeah.
The top set, and I decided to just put a sprinkle, a little small bet out there, almost as if it was a blocking bet, and he raises me.
Yeah.
Pretty large raise. So I went ahead and I thought there was a chance he could have like 10 Jack, Ace Jack, something like that, Queen Jack. And so I shoved and he snap calls with Ace Queen. He'd flopped Broadway. So
Yeah.
I was,
I read the story. It's brutal. I mean, that's turning the two.
ow.
It's like.
Welcome to the game, Hustle.
I mean, that basically happened to. Well, not
good.
exactly, but Ebony kind of had that spot against Drew. And it's crazy because, like, Ebony, I think that was, like, her first or second bullet that they were on the bubble, like the stone bubble, and her and Drew had a decent stack. But Drew flopped nut flush, and Ebony decided to use 2 pair as a bluff. Went all in, but Drew happened to have flopped the nuts.
he flopped it.
Yeah. And so she ended up bubbling, and then she ended up, firing 7 or 8 bullets. So it's crazy because, like, that one hand, that's not just worth the stack, but also, like, kind of your sanity.
Yeah, it kind of takes it takes a lot out of you, especially I feel like in my situation it was we started off with 60,000 chips, and by the second level I had gone down to 11,000.
Yeah.
Which is not good. It's going the wrong way.
Looks like Clay is taking your seat. You guys know Clay?
Sure.
Played many hands. He's a Big
There's
O specialist, along with playing Holdem, PLO.
So
Known Clay for 20 years.
So what game is small O? If it's big O, is there a small O?
We don't
game?
need dad jokes from a 20-year-old kid.
Dad joke.
Have you? I mean, we could. I'm practicing. I have some use, guys.
Ease up, Chad.
Is that $700 raise? It is. John George makes it 700 to go.
Yeah, I think there was a straddle for 250. Yeah, Chaz straddled for 250.
Yeesh.
Yeah, so this is gonna be a lot of.
Chaz has a bad hand.
Yeah, but it's white. It's the Phil Hellmuth with the white magic.
He folds.
I think he at least calls.
Never.
Wow, I'm actually surprised. I thought he
a
would
really bad
actually.
hand.
It is a really bad hand, but I thought he would defend with all the dead money.
If he had anything better than a 4 in the 9 range where he could make straights, he'd been calling.
Well, let's talk about that for a minute, Ethan. The dead money. The dead money. You know, it's 450 more for Chaz. See, now
Yeah.
you got me doing it.
Yeah.
For Chaz to call, but it was 2, 5, 25.
Yeah.
2, 5, 25, then 250.
Yeah. So I mean,
So, you know, I mean, it's only 270, 280. There's only $280 of dead money out there,
Those are the best, though. 'cause
and
if you win
450
$10,000, it
more.
doesn't matter at all.
the importance is mostly in
No, Charlie wins 10,000.
treating it as blinds, which means like you're getting less than 2 big blinds to call. But if you were going to be in that, because the dead money does add a little bit because it essentially adds like 0.2 of a big blind. But I mean, Queen 4 is one of those hands where it's like,
There are very big reverse implied odds for continuing with a hand like that.
definitely,
So that's the problem. It's not just like if the hand only ends on the flop. Yes,
it's more the problem with straddling for 250 rather than the hand itself. Like you should,
correct.
yeah,
Yeah, there's too much. That's such a big straddle.
yeah.
You know, you're-
John George specifically is someone who can have blockers there. Oh wow, and flops the straight. But like he can have blockers there that he's going to use to bluff in that spot rather than like, you know, the 700 becomes a lot weaker as a raise than normal.
I don't think that Clay is done with his hand yet. He's got an overcard and he's got backdoor possibilities.
Yeah, I'm always curious because they're, you know, older guys do have a image, right? So I wonder, you know, have like they ever bluffed in this spot, for example, with the queen? Like, does he feel like, oh, his ace you can use as a bluff because people would generally think, oh, he's never bluffing? Because there is like a big sigma, you know,
Yeah.
OMC and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
I played in the tournament with Clay for quite a while, and he does play on his image as a loose, wild player. But JT, you played with him for a while, huh? I don't think he's quite as wild as he leads on.
Exactly. He has the nuts if he's betting on the river. He's not trying to bluff you. He's trying to draw you in.
Yeah. He's got great table talk too. He just talks about his hand and what he has and what you have and how he's beat and
Yeah,
got.
And actually, you know, he does construction. He has a foundation repair company.
Does he use clay?
Oh, no, concrete.
Chaz with a pretty good starting hand.
Yeah, that's decent. And you got a raise in front of you. Actually, would have liked a little bigger of a sizing, just given his image, but he wants to keep pressing in the pot, so I get that. Actually, you might induce more four bets, but it's almost like uncharacteristic to me for
I
him to
see
go
kings
smaller.
versus
I wouldn't
aces.
do like 2 deck like fucking
Yeah, I'm curious. Preston probably has like Jack Queen type hands. Ooh,
How about Jack 10 type hands?
definitely has Jack 10 type hands.
What
but
about pocket fives?
He
Jack 10 of hearts.
He often has top pair here. We'll see, but this pretty much just kind of destroys Preston range in a way where it really favors Preston here. Ooh,
He doesn't
looks
like
like he has like 5 or maybe 4s
He
or
may have
something.
8s.
Yeah.
Or 4, yeah.
Most of the time now, like if you go to Vegas, it's a private game. Like they'll have a private player.
We'll have to get back
He
to
didn't
him.
have King Queen, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. I was thinking of, you know, all the hands that he would raise call there are going to hit that board so well. Except for 4s, 6s, and all his hands, but.
Because we didn't play the stand-up game.
Hey, let's all stand up again, man. That's your style. Be winning.
Here I am bluffing. I think there should be a permanent stand-up game table. But then everyone would have to post their stand-up game. People would
13
totally
minutes,
go
yo.
there.
13 minutes.
What happens in 13 minutes?
Stream in.
Streaming. But they go at your real jack.
That's what I told her.
What kind of cap would you want? What kind of cap would you want on the bet?
One day.
We did blackjack.
Like the max
Max bet per hand.
5,000.
I ain't trying to lose a fucking 100K.
But yeah, it's nice to see a lot of Texas players just starting to get very known. I feel like in maybe like a year or year and a half,
Man, I was up on
it's gonna be like a more of a hub than it already is.
20,000
Chaz and Traveler and Caitlin Komoski and all those.
3 times.
Yeah.
But then,
No, because of that jinky
Going out and
motherfucker
battling
kept
out,
standing there
out and
every
about.
time you
Yeah.
go on the street.
Yeah, because
No, I
Caitlin just
quit.
got on
Listen to me. I quit.
she just
I
got on
left.
Poker
you love
News
AB.
or one of those
I left.
outlets.
I left.
I made an
I
article
went to the
about
front door.
her.
We had
I
mentioned
came
the
back and
Hustler
watched
stream
ABC
earlier.
live.
She played there.
Man,
Yep.
Yeah.
Chaz has played there.
Oh, I didn't know
DQ's
he
played
played there.
there.
Setty's played there.
Setty's played there.
Setty played there early.
Yeah.
One of the first streams.
Was killing him. I said, give me 2 hands right here. 505.
And Seti booked a nice win. I don't know about Chaz. I didn't watch that one.
So,
No, I didn't know Chaz was on there. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he didn't win.
But then,
He went with big. He played Max
DQ.
Payne Monday, I think.
Yeah, I think DQ was there.
I'm keeping up what I'm winning in my head.
I know you
So
got me,
he's
dude.
saying, so ABE, what about me? I don't want this. What I'm winning. I'm gonna check that. He's like, no, y'all finna go. No,
I thought it was a really nice table. The dynamics of the players were nice for tonight's stream.
Yeah.
He was like, no, by myself 20,000. See what I'm saying? So he just took my win.
Ant-Man's image held up really nice until he ran into the full house, the deuce 3.
So now I gotta play. Cause now AB said, oh, you want 8,500. So I'll give you 8,500. So I kept playing.
In the act,
You chose that 60,000. I told you. Fuck that. Give me 8,
Nobody
65. So I'm just gonna get all the 65. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even I just went.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I wonder if Clay was worried about getting lost on his way over here tonight with his color selection. He could walk down the highway and no one would miss
He
him.
was doing road work earlier
He was.
and
Yeah, good
came
choice.
straight here.
You could do a green screen on him.
He'll disappear.
Yeah. Floating head.
Jazz raising with the king queen offsuit to 200. He's on the button, so it's a natural spot for him to raise. Will's gonna defend. He's on under the gun. He's got
Yeah.
a suited ace. K-Max in there. Playable hand as well.
Yeah, I think everyone's gonna be in there. Oh, Teller's gonna fold the king 7 suited.
How do you follow your money?
Discipline fold.
I think we need to get a bigger rake stick for the guys.
And another nine. With that.
Oh,
There's
y'all play
another
1K.
nine.
Y'all play 1K, right?
Might as well use toothpicks. It's narrow.
See, you got 19 on all of them.
Wow, what a flop.
Oh my god.
Gut shot,
Open-ended.
open-ended, and top pair.
It's like when the casinos do you like this time.
And ace draw.
Spicy.
You know, I don't see Chaz check very often on these kind of, like, I feel like every time he's pre-flop raiser, he doesn't just check.
400.
I'll listen to the book. Oh, you said hit on this.
Yeah.
Size bet. Half pot.
I like to see some checks sometimes.
I think it's a good idea to check sometimes because otherwise people are going to hone in and wait for value and then they'll just check raise you.
Nothing annoys me more than people that are like,
Yeah.
K-Max.
I guess he really likes to just set the price of every street.
Yes, I think so.
But yeah, getting check raised is not fun when you can't see your equity.
Preston's got top pair, so he can't. Oh,
He did raise.
excuse me, he raised.
Yeah. And now
That's
this sucks
probably
because you lose your equity with king queen. And you have a lot of equity against jack 10 with king queen.
Right,
Yeah.
that's a
I,
good point.
I would be thinking Kevin would rip it here.
Yeah.
If he's going to call 15, he can't call 15.
He's got 2 overs, right? And he's open-ended. It's a great hand to go ahead and shove it with.
For what? It's some 10K charity. Who playing it?
I mean, you can't call 1,500 and fold with a 3 on the turn.
I mean, look, there's two hearts out there. Preston can't even be sure what he's up against, you know, what kind of a draw he's up against, if it's a draw at all. Can't be, it doesn't have an overpair, right? Because he just,
Well, this is the worst
Just
case
call it.
scenario, right? Preston's winning. If Kevin was a shove here and win, it would wipe out all his winnings for the night.
mhm.
He's just calling. I don't know. I guess he has enough behind.
He might want to fold hard turns in his mind. I'm just wondering why it's just a call, but
You got a 2 behind? 2 behind.
I might feel like if it's like a 7 of hearts or something that he can fold. Something like
See, it's
that.
a total miss, so
Preston's going to move it all in.
I can't go this far and not.
he's gone. See, that's the whole point. I don't understand that.
He lost some equity.
He said, I've gone this far.
He lost his fold equity on the, he had a better shot on the flop.
But like you said, he has
Betting.
2 overcards with, he needs a king, 8, queen, or jack.
So he was 2-1 on the flop.
No, the
and now
jack
he's
doesn't help him.
4-1.
Excuse me, the jack does not help him. He only has 1 overcard.
This is a huge pot.
Yeah, Preston gets back all that money.
You're right. 2 overcards to the board is what I meant. In his mind.
Yeah, and we got 5-1 to win 8.1K. Whoever wins this is going to be pretty happy. But regardless, Preston's still going to be up for the day. But it's never like an awesome feeling when you lose this
Man,
spot.
there's a big river.
Huge river. And
It's a brick.
And they're going to run
brick,
it
dang.
once.
Yeah.
One time.
And Preston has been playing well, running hot. It's always really nice. Nice hand.
Yes.
Kevin can't believe he's just missed it there.
Call me. Call me.
Right.
I don't care about sleeping.
I was just telling you, I've been getting bullied by Chaz all night. I had to stand up to him.
Call me.
That was a sweaty fade
Yeah,
on
you
that
can see
river.
Preston up 9.1K. That's insane. And K-Mac not having the great night. He's gotten a bit unlucky. He's taken a bit of tilt spots. You know, it's unfortunate for him. I think we've all had nights like that. Will only down $5. That's pretty nice.
It's remarkable. Well, he did just get there.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, if you jam, I think I'm folding.
He did make a good fold with the Jack 4 on the turn.
1,500 behind for King Man.
I'd like to see him rip it, run it twice. No, if he's going to
With
rip
the Jack
it.
four.
No, with the queen jack.
Oh, yeah.
You
Yeah, I
know,
thought
if
you
you're
were
going to
talking-
call it off, you might as well rip it and get 2 chances twice.
I don't know. Sitting back here, I think I probably would rather have just moved it all in on the flop also. But when you're out there, you know, it's 1,500 or 2,000, whatever he had. It's an awful lot of big blinds. This is a pretend 2-5 game.
Would you have
Yeah.
first hands where
Yeah, I mean, I definitely lean towards the side of like
turn for the 8?
if I were in the spot to fold more and just pick better spots, but
Did you have an ace?
I had 3-4.
I'm also okay. Like I like shove or fold a lot of the time. But I mean, if you're gonna call the turn shove anyway, then it's the same thing. As long as you're not like telling yourself you're gonna call and then
I
fold
think
turn,
it was
then
something like 3-4.
that's probably like the
Any
worst
flats, I put them on.
thing you
Might
can
have been
do.
like 4 or 5 or something. But
I didn't get the snap when I jammed.
It's unlikely that you're going to get a fold from Preston.
Yeah.
That's not really an outcome that you can count on because Preston's the one who he check raised.
Yeah, but the only thing I'm saying is that if you shove there and he calls, you're more likely to get to run it twice. So you get 4 chances to get half your money back versus 1 chance with only 1 card to come. That's all. Static.
Oh, man. The Clippers came all the way back.
Oh, shit.
All right,
They were down by
couple
like,
of suited kings.
like late in the third, too.
Yeah.
Has Kawhi been injured or just not?
Kelly with the suited connector.
When King Jack suited is the best hand going 5-way.
You got back
You know
home
you're in
and he-
Texas. Ooh, and King
Got
7.
shot for Telly, top pair for K-Mac. K-Mac's got 1,500. So he's got top pair. I think you just want to go ahead and get some action, kind of drive the action yourself here. But you've got John George taking the lead with the least amount of equity.
No love lost.
Yeah, that's a super interesting turn.
Fucking needle the shit out of
It is. K-Mac, you see, he's just playing it rather passively.
Yeah, I mean, after what's been happening, I don't blame him.
He's just trying to hold on to get to showdown here.
See, I should try to.
Yeah, I think he probably will.
Pair, nothing. Nothing. Oh.
K-Mac takes it down.
We're calling for the king that gets me in trouble there.
Yeah, it's always nice to get a pot down when you're like losing.
Regardless of the size, right?
Yeah, just feel like you can win again.
I got some good news, man. Not as good as mine. I'd like to hear it. You're gonna hear it. When this shit cuts off, I'm gonna tell you.
I'm looking forward to watching the stream again. I don't know. With it early on, it was a strange vibe out there. It was almost like a betting frenzy was going on early.
Well, honestly, we started it back here, so to me, it went from 0 to 200 back to 50.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like slow to.
So
oh
it
my
was
gosh.
super slow to start with, but then all of a sudden,
There's an actual store in season.
you're right.
Yeah, now there's a store at the mall.
The 2 hours in the middle were.
Oh, at
Ooh.
Locke Terra?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think I've seen it.
There was 5 straddles every
Yeah,
hand.
last time I went to Vegas, I bought a bunch of stuff. Stuff you can only get over there.
Yeah.
Hats and stuff like that. Yeah. The best one I like is riding the boat. Blue Law.
Yeah, these are definitely the
call here.
types of games where playing 5-3 suited ends up actually being really.
Really good spot. Sorry, Ethan.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I was just gonna say, really good spot for Will to 3-bet here from the small blind with Ace Jack, and he did. I started the sentence before he.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
before he
You
put
want
his
credit
bet
for
out
that?
there. Well, I was just pointing out. I didn't know he was gonna do it.
Yeah, and it's on the smaller size, and you're just gonna get called 2 ways.
Yes.
I would have liked to see more like 150. Because you don't really want to see a flop with Ace Jack.
He's out of position too, so
Yeah, that makes it even better to go bigger.
Why do we know a 4's coming?
Yeah, I mean,
4 of clubs. You mean?
The 4 of clubs.
John is definitely going to continue here because his opponent really can only have top pair. You almost always know your 2 pair outs are good.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Right on the turn, 2 pair.
2 4s.
3 plus 5.
Wow, that's a huge bet. 500?
Yeah, I like the sizing.
I played blackout a lot.
Shows the hand.
Fours, I don't really play that much. It's okay, but I
Will
only
takes
do
down a nice pot.
playing.
$600.
Never play PUBG. I don't feel the draw too.
He bet 500 on the turn, no call, so $600 pot.
I would have liked to shove just because, I mean,
Aware of the game or not, but does survive. H1Z with does
I don't know.
survive,
It's,
playing that.
it's weird to leave
And then they
300,
release
but
Battle
still,
Royale.
I like the idea of betting.
If the 4 comes, he does the same bet.
I'm down for whatever the table wants. Table wants.
What'd you say? What? I like.
50
He
spots
said
around
50?
here? Okay. Yeah, we'll talk after stream. I'll get your tag.
Yeah. He's back. Yeah, that shit is going off.
It looks like they're getting set up for a bomb pot here. Each man is putting in $50.
Now you need another beer?
Yeah, I love bomb pots.
Oh, yeah, sure. Whoever ends up with the best name out of it.
No, I don't play. Take those. Not present. Yeah.
All right, $50
Guys, you want to do 200 on
double
top
board?
board?
Is it Omaha? 4 cards?
4 cards, I'm pretty sure. 2 cards is unsatisfying.
Yeah, I don't like it. Look at that. Preston back up 9K, 12.2.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You pick.
That's a huge win compared to everyone else.
Ant-Man, $21 profit. Way to go. As long as you win, that's a win.
Well, there's still this hand to go, but
Yes.
regardless, Preston is locking up a big win no matter what happens here.
Yeah, while they get this hand going, guys, don't forget we have the holiday bounty tournament coming up. $200,000 guarantee, $300 buy-in, $50 bounties for all the day ones. Day 2 is $200 bounties, 40,000 chips, 30-minute levels on day ones, 40-minute levels on day 2. There are 2 turbos on Saturday at 9 p.m., Sunday at 9 a.m. That will be the 17th and 18th of December. Day 2 starts at 2:30 on the 18th. We will play down to 9 players, and we will stream Day 3 at 5 p.m. on December 19th. So good luck to everyone that plays. Hope to see you out here. We will see you out here. I'll be here. Ethan's playing. Rudy's playing. And I'm going to play, of course.
Yep.
So hopefully we'll all be on the final table and we'll have some new commentators.
We can all commentate at the final.
Why not?
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
you can do
Together.
that. Just get wireless headphones.
Like they gotta wait till it's back. I'm not sure how.
All right, so I think they're kind of going over the rules and
They're trying to.
figuring out what's what.
Wow, look at those hands. Not even a card dealt.
How do they know?
That's
I got 4 goddamn black cards.
security?
Yeah, 4-card.
I think we just our graphics are just out of sync.
Oh,
here.
they caught up faster than the.
Predetermined.
Okay, well, who has a good hand right now?
Yeah, we can read the. I don't like Chaz's hand at all.
Oh, this is for the shrimp.
I don't like his chances.
Yeah, three dead cards.
All right.
Flush draws are not.
Ace, King, no.
Jack, what board? This
King,
one
Jack,
or the one right here?
no.
The one closest to me.
I guess Ant-Man's got a decent.
Yeah, he can make Broadway and a wheel
5-4,
and
yeah.
a flush.
K-Mac's kind of concentrated in his range.
Thank you. I'm ready. You are ready.
Hearts. Who has hearts? Preston has hearts.
Straight draw.
2 pair for Will.
Mm-hmm.
That's the board we're playing. Haven't seen it first.
What about the next one?
Yeah, that's.
Actually, you call it. How do you want to do it?
I don't know why I brought it down. I thought they normally put the second board on
We're gonna do
rounders.
the rest of that board. That's what we're playing, you and I.
Yeah.
You agreed?
Yeah, as long as you
I haven't seen
see
either.
your hand.
Black.
Clubs. Who has clubs? Okay, Telly has clubs with King
Clay's
high.
got clubs, but not as good as Telly's.
Yeah, top board.
Two pair for John George on that board.
Preston has both boards. He has a flush on the bottom board and 2 pair 8s and 3s. Has anybody got 10-3 or 10-8?
I can't see.
Telly has a bottom set on.
I already lost $50.
Oh, a
Jack
set of 7s.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay,
with
yeah.
the flush draw.
He's going to bet that for sure.
Yeah, he will. I don't think it's time to get crazy on it though.
I'm going over. See right here.
There are draws. It's a pretty wet board, right? 8. Not that there's a possibility to flop straight.
Clay's open-ended with the Queen 9 on the 10-Jack-7 board. No one has a set of 10s, a set of 8s.
What happened? What?
We're waiting for the next.
Do it.
Chaz may have pocket 10s.
Yeah, Chad can literally have anything here. So
He could have everything, right?
Yeah, they were down 20.
Double suited aces.
it's hard to have a queen, but
98 last.
still could have a queen.
Yeah, I'm already there. What's up? If you put a club there, you're in trouble.
10, 10, 8, 9. No, can't have 9.
Chaz has the ace of hearts and the ace of clubs. He has both nut flush draws.
Oh, can't have 10s.
No one has 10 full?
Okay.
Oh, Will has the only 10.
You said how much? 275.
If there's a will, there's a way.
Wow.
Yeah, Chad, you're like stupid. Can't win. I wish it was the top of it.
He sounds 60, but he's only 20.
Chaz folded, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we couldn't see his cards. He couldn't see his cards.
His were black.
Will's probably gonna shove here too with the top 2 and the. Yeah.
He said all in.
Wow, what a bet.
4.
Because he could not have the best hand, but he does. He has 2 pair, top 2 on one board, and a 3 of a kind on the other.
So who's going to call him? We got king, queen anywhere? No, we got queen, queen. 8.
Yeah,
9, queen 9 is out.
Look, Preston's getting a call.
I'd be surprised if Preston calls, but
He has 2
overpair to both boards and 2 pair, and well,
and a flush draw.
his 2 pair got counterfeited, right?
yeah.
But he still got queen 10. So and he sees the 10 on the other board.
If he calls, Telly has the best hand with the set of 7s.
Yeah, Preston's in rough shape. I don't
Who's
know.
ahead right now? You're
He does have a heart draw, but
shit.
he's probably not
Are you
counting
allowed?
on that.
Yeah, it does fold.
Hmm.
Oh, but he's showing Telly his hand. Telly hasn't folded yet. I guess they both said fold.
Wow, really disciplined
Telly
fold by
folds, huh?
Telly.
Look, Chaz has a hand.
If you have Jack 10, you were scooping.
He has not folded.
Okay.
Then you were scooping.
We don't see him in the cards, but he does have his hand
I
still.
was fucked. Yeah, I was fucked there.
I got a pair.
I made a good fold.
No, don't give him shit.
Drop hearts.
Please,
Like
no
the worst
hard.
hand you could possibly get dealt
No
with.
hard.
Like,
John George has cards.
Maybe
Maybe he's folded.
Just run it real quick, Brent.
the more we play, I only got 2 pairs.
Oh, 2 pair. You in
Does
trouble.
anybody have hearts? Please show me some fucking heart.
No, right.
Chaz is gonna hit the
Chad's
heart.
got a million of
Okay, Chaz got all the hearts.
Oh, yes, I got him.
them. You sure you put those down? guys?
Flush gets there.
Yeah, flush
Broadway
does get
gets there.
Did you have a straight up there?
No, I had King Jack.
Oh, Telly does. Wait, whose cards are
I
those?
knew I could have won with club.
I think those are
That's
Chaz's.
Chaz.
Put that like 100.
Chaz has a good flush.
I think
Telly's showing his cards.
Yeah, we don't know what happened there, guys. Everybody folded, and it looks like Will took down that pot.
I guess there was a will.
There was a way.
Way.
Wow.
Got it, bro.
Well, I think that's going to be it for this one.
Yeah, if you guys want to visit Ethan, you can find him at the retirement home.
We can all 3 go there together.
There's a cumulative winnings, JT.
Yeah, look at Preston, 88.8, almost at 88,000.
9K.
Man, that's a nice win. Take the rest of the week off, young man.
No, you know he's going back to the 2-5 game right outside.
Exactly, he's stepping right into it.
I know I'm going to walk out of this booth and I'm going to see him still playing out there. Oh, wait, he's gone.
Yeah, Big Daddy Chaz booked a small win after being up early.
Clay came in and played for, 45 minutes, lost 2.5K.
Is that accurate?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so. He only bought it
Yeah.
for 3,000. All right, guys. Well, that's going to end our stream tonight for our entire team here at Rounders Card Club. For Bet on Drew, for Ethan, for Rudy, for IT Chat, I'm JT. We want to wish you a good night, a safe night, and we will see you Thursday night.
Good night.
Night, y'all.
oh my god.
I'm so in love with you. You got me down again.